Okay, ready? We're live. It's not eliminated. We're live now. Good morning. Yes. I declare this Kempsey Shire Council meeting open. It is the 18th of April 2023. We've had a delayed start this morning because of the presentation from the New South Wales Local Government Grants Commission. I remind all people attending this meeting that it is being webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. This disallowance of recordings, which includes taking photographs, is to maintain the integrity of the meeting proceedings. All members of the Kempsey Shire community are welcome to attend council meetings to observe. Please refrain from interjecting or undertaking any behaviour that will stop councillors from undertaking their important task of decision making. Please ensure all devices like mobile phones are in silent mode. On behalf of Council, I welcome all people in the public gallery and observing live on the internet to our meeting today. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Scott Butterfield, Councillor Simon Ferguson, Councillor Anthony Patterson and Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kenny Ring, Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Kerry Riddington and Councillor Alexandra Wyatt. Council staff in attendance are Mr Craig Milburn, General Manager, Mr Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Mr Steve Mitchell, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr Daniel Thorogood, Manager, Government and Information Services, Ms Mel Peterson, Coordinator Government and Information Services, and Sean Hunter from Governance. We will now commence the meeting. Councillor Saul, will you present item 1, the prayer, please?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'll be reciting the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Item 2 is acknowledgement of country. I ask Councillor Wyatt, please.
Thank you. Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the lands of the Thungari-Dungari Nation. We pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. We acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Thungari-Dungari land.
Item 3 is the acknowledgement of servicemen, women and families, and I'll be presenting that. And I'll be reading from the message that I put out this week about Anzac Day, which is 1 week away from today. On Tuesday, 25th April, Anzac Day will be solemnly commemorated across the Kempsey Shire. Many of us will attend events to honour the brave service of men and women across numerous conflicts. As part of our tradition, wreaths will be laid at cenotaphs and ceremonies will be held to pay homage to the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs. We remember the sacrifice made by our Army, Navy and Air Force personnel in conflicts ranging from the Boer War to the recent conflict in Afghanistan. On the cenotaphs are the names of many service men and women who hail from our area. It is important to honour each of them and remember their service with respect. They had lives here where they were raised by their families, went to school and started their employment before going off to war. Each left behind mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, partners and children, and many friends who shared their life here. We also remember with great sadness the large number who did not return, lest we forget. Many others return carrying the burdens of the horrors and losses of war that impacted the rest of their lives. Some of you may know of the individuals whose names adorn the cenotaphs. One I would like to highlight is William Henry Simon, a timber cutter, who holds a special place in our area's history as the first to die while serving our country in the Great War of 1914-18. Private Simon enlisted on the 12th of September 1914 as a volunteer and tragically succumbed to measles and pneumonia in Mena, Egypt on the 18th of February 1915. In 1915, in November, a memorial obelisk was constructed in his honour through community funding, and recently this obelisk was discovered intact in a shed at Dondingalong. Let us come together as a community to honour and remember the sacrifice of our servicemen and women and ensure their legacy lives on. Could we stand with a moment's silence, please, in honour of all those men and women who served our country? Thank you, everyone. Item 4 is apologies and applications for leave. All councillors are in attendance, so we will move on from that as it is a nil return. Confirmation of minutes. We have the two items here, the ordinary meeting from March and an extraordinary council meeting. So first one, the recommendation is before you. Would someone like to move the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council dated 21st of March minutes, please? Councillor Payne. For a seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Any questions or debate? Is there any dissent from confirming these minutes? There's no dissent. I can declare it carried. We now move on to the second recommendation, the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting on the 6th of April be confirmed. Councillor Saul, you'd like to move that? Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Riddington. Any debate, questions? Is there any dissent? Declare it carried. We now move to item 6, disclosures of interest. Are there any councillors or staff who wish to disclose interest? Mr. General Manager, please.
Mr. Mayor, I disclose a pecuniary significant interest in item 12.2, which is in relation to my performance agreement. When this matter comes up, I will leave the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, please.
I'd like to declare a pecuniary non-significant interest in item 10.4 as I'm a business owner that pays licence fees. Also 10.1, I'm a ratepayer paying both residential and business rates. I declare a pecuniary interest in both those. Non-significant.
You have to declare it legal. So just to be clear, Councillor Patterson, if you're declaring a pecuniary interest, you'll have to manage that, and that might mean you have to leave the room.
Does have to.
You do have to leave the room according to the code of.
Well,
it could be non-pecuniary.
Well, I can state that it's non-pecuniary because majority of the councillors sitting here today would be paying rates. So I'm a ratepayer like everyone else.
So you're non-pecuniary, non-significant
interest. Thank you.
Thank you. You can stay. Thank you very much. Just to be clear, we've got some rules to follow, and we'll follow them. Councillor Saul, please.
Mr. Mayor, can I have some clarification, please, from the General Manager?
You certainly can.
Do I need to declare an interest having tables on the council footpath?
Through Mr. Mayor, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Saul, for that query. Councillor White, do you have an interest?
Clarification as well, just based on what Councillor Patterson said, do we all have to declare a non-pecuniary interest because we are ratepayers?
We'll ask explanation from the General Manager, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, the councillors don't on that basis. It's something that you're all in one way or another. You're paying either rates or you're paying rent that helps pay rates. So it's not actually seen as something you need to declare an interest in.
Thank you very much. No other declarations of interest, so we move on to item 7 of the agenda, which is items passed by exception. We have quite a number of items there that are being removed as being adopted in one motion. And the procedure is, if you would like to withdraw them, you withdraw them now, and then we'll have any questions on the items. And if after asking questions on the items you then decide that you would like to withdraw an item to speak on it or to vote against it, you may. That's the two decisions you have to make. Do you wish to speak for or against? If you're against, you may be voting against one of those items. So all the items are there. I now ask, does anyone wish to withdraw any of them from the consensus motion or the items passed by exception? Councillor Bain?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to withdraw 9.1, the Australia Day Awards Committee report.
Thank you. Any other items? Some agendas might have mentioned that 10.3 was being withdrawn, was a special rate variation investigation, and that was a misprint. It's actually 10.2. 10.3 up on the screen is the Waste Management Strategy 2022-23. That's on the items for exception. Councillor Riddington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to withdraw delegated authority to waive commercial licence fees, please.
That's 10.4. Thank you. Councillor White.
I'd like to withdraw 10.3 and 12.1, please.
10.3, the waste report, yes.
And 12.1.
12.1, legal matters, yes. Are there any questions on 10.5, 10.6 or 10.7? If not, I'll now ask for a mover that these items be put together as items by exception. Councillor White. Seconder. Councillor Butterfield. Is there any dissent? If not, I declare it carried. There is no dissent, I should say. There is a Mayoral minute, number 8, because it's confidential. It will be dealt at item 12.2. The Australia Day Committee report is 9.1, which we're now going to be dealing with. Councillor Bain withdrew it. Councillor Bain, did you wish to move a motion on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to well, actually, I'd like maybe, I'm not quite sure procedurally how to move on this, but do I foreshadow a motion if this motion is defeated, or can I replace the motion?
If you wish to move the motion because you withdrew it, you can move an original motion, someone that of your own writing, and then someone could move an amendment to come back to the original one that's in the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I can move an alternate motion at this point?
Yes.
Thank you. So I would like to move that Council receives and notes an amended report at the May Council meeting because I have some concerns with the accuracy of this report.
Could you explain that a bit further?
I can explain that further.
Just so that we're all clear on what your motion is standing for before you talk to it, please.
Okay.
What's the?
I have concerns regarding the conclusion of the committee report in page 12 of the business papers, which reads that we wish to retain the expertise and enthusiasm of current committee members. I would like to amend that to we retain the expertise and enthusiasm of the majority of current committee members. Would you like me to speak further to this?
Not at the moment. No, you're moving that motion, and we haven't got it on the screen yet. But I'll just ask for some clarification from the General Manager on the report. General Manager, just explain the report that's been written by a staff member.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, it's not at the discretion of councillors to change council staff reports. So you can't ask for a modified report to change and dictate the wording in a staff report. If the Australia Day Committee are not happy with the minutes, they have the ability to change that from the committee as presented here. But councillors cannot have and don't have the authority to change the wording used by staff in their reports.
So, Councillor Bain, you're still moving the motion? Yes?
Yeah, I'm
still waiting.
No, I don't think I can. Sounds like I can't. Yeah,
it's unlawful.
That's fine.
You can't just change the minute.
Can't.
No, I can't.
Correctly. Yeah. Thank you.
So I'll remove that.
The advice from the Mr. General Manager is that it's unlawful for any motion to call on a change in a report from a staff member. Councillor Bain, do you still wish to move the motion that's there, or do you wish to?
No, I wish to speak against that motion.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll hear the mover speak to it, and then we'll have open debate. So do we have a mover, Councillor Patterson?
Yeah.
Or okay. I just thought someone on the committee might be more appropriate, but Councillor Riddington, do you wish to? You move it, Councillor Riddington. Sorry, Councillor Patterson, but I think it's more appropriate. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Councillor Patterson seconds it. Councillor Riddington, would you speak to the motion, please?
Thank you very much. Can I just please understand the motion? Right.
No,
we just note the report. Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. Let's all note the report.
Do we have any further debate on the recommendation, the motion that's now before us? Councillor Wyatt and then Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I don't have any debate as such. I'd just like to ask a couple of questions, if I may. I'm not sure whether it should be directed to General Manager on behalf of Council or to the committee. I'll ask the questions and see where we go from there. First question is, just have a summary of like the decision making around why the survey was done to change the date is my first question. Like what was the decision making? Why did we decide, or they decide to have that survey on the Australia Day? And what were the factors involved in that decision?
Right. Well, that decision was taken at the it was discussed at the meeting in November, I think it was December, and then at the January meeting I was absent, but there was a discussion about whether the change by the federal government on allowing citizenship ceremonies to be held on days other 2 or 3 days before or after Australia Day would be adopted by Kempsey Council, and therefore that decision of, and I will be corrected, Councillor Riddington or Councillor Saul, the decision of that meeting was that it would be considered and a survey be done to see what the feelings from the community was on whether changing the citizenship ceremony, which has previously been required to be held on the day of Australia Day. So that was the decision to undertake a survey to see what the people's feelings are. And from the final meeting we had, there was no decision on whether anything would be changed. No. We're just going to continue on with finding out what the community thinks on this issue. So that's your first question, Councillor Wyatt.
You kind of answered the second question. So in the report there, it said there's 42 papers and 140 online. Do you have any preliminary preliminary results of the survey, like what's the percentage of yes, no to change the date. And the question was, when should Kempsey have an Australia Day event? Do you have any sort of preliminary answers on that out of the 182 responses?
The answer is no and no.
Okay. Okay, then my third question is, so where to next?
Well, there'll be another meeting. I think it's going to be coming up in August or July, and the committee will then decide how to progress this idea.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Riddington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you 100%. It was discussed and thought that it would be the best opportunity at Australia Day to gauge community sentiment from the people who are actually there on the day and also online. I thought that was a good idea to consult with our community because they're the ones that matter most in this decision, due to the fact that the new Labor government had said that they were going to allow councils to move the date if they so chose and their community so chose. I'd like to remind the council that all of our committee postings are due to be reviewed in September. So my thinking is our normal meeting for the Australia Day committee would normally take place in October, and it would be up to the committee maybe to meet beforehand to gauge the results of the survey and get that data from our comms team, and then we can make a proper evaluated decision.
Yep. Thank you. And I apologise to you, Councillor Bain. You were next to speak, but I just thought I'd get a further explanation from a committee member. Councillor Bain, please. And then Councillor Street.
A question, Mr. Mayor, that's all.
So Councillor Bain, then we can have your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so as I've said, I have concerns regarding the conclusion of the committee report. I agree that it was a successful event, and I commend the hard-working and committed members of the committee. And I celebrate this example of the community, council staff and elected councillors working together to create such a great event. However, it came to my attention from committee members, community and I noticed myself that one particular committee member only attended one meeting and did not give apologies to the others and did not attend the Australia Day celebrations, and I felt some level of responsibility as I had supported this person to be on the committee. I spoke to that person and was informed that they were busy to attend meetings and they got a better offer for Australia Day. And I didn't think that expressed expertise and enthusiasm. That's the bottom line of my problem, and I believe it's important that reports to council are both accurate, and I also believe that accountability for decisions is also important. That's and so I will not be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask you two actual questions. My first question was, I believed when I saw the results of the survey, there was a definite impression of maintaining Australia Day on Australia Day. Would you agree with that, Mr. Mayor?
On the preliminary results, yes, but we didn't get any figures. We just got a comment.
Well, it was more percentages I saw.
Yeah.
Therefore I saw. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also make comment on my fellow councillors' comments, if I may. Is that possible?
Yes. We've got to be very careful.
Oh, no, yes.
You're speaking to the report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'd like also to speak to the report and also answer a question. I'm not sure how I can actually do that.
Well, you can speak to the report, but if no one's asked you a question, you can't answer it one. So there's your problem. Mr. Dominic, advice?
Through Mr. Mayor, if Councillor Saul believe there's been a misrepresentation of the situation, then you are able to clarify that misrepresentation.
Thank you, sir. That's what I think of clarification. Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to clarify a comment's been made in this chamber. I attended the first meeting in the Customer Service Centre. I was unable to attend the second meeting as a delegate to the committee, but I did actually forward my apologies to a staff member. I believe they went forward to the chairman or whoever it was. I asked that he passed. So I was down. I was actually misrepresented by putting my name down as being absent without an apology. So I did actually pass on to a senior staff member. That wasn't passed on to the chair. So again,
yes,
I hope that's been corrected and misunderstood. Mr. Chairman, I was on the committee. On the day itself, I felt that as a councillor, I was asked to attend another cultural activity, which I attended. That committee, that group itself, was very highly pleased to be Australians. I knew full well that the committee was in your hands, Mr. Mayor. The actual Australia Day awards and such was in your hands, and we were well looked after. So I didn't attend the actual awards ceremony for that reason. I was attending, and I felt that by being at that group, it actually gave more pride in our community by being there. Hence, that was my reason. I didn't also attend the previous function with the night beforehand.
Australia Day Ambassador.
Yes, I apologise. I didn't actually have it written down. I actually overlooked that. That was just a simple mistake. So those points seem to be against me. But the point was, I do feel that I can give a balanced view on most things in the committee. I think the committee members have done very well under your leadership and under co-chair, Councillor Reganton. So clarify that again, if I may. One, I put an apology in, which was obviously overlooked. And the second point, unfortunately, I overlooked the actual ambassador's dinner. So I apologise for that. It wasn't intentional. Unfortunately, I overlooked it. So I apologise for those two on the point. And I still think the committee itself has a lot to offer. And even myself, we must have a balanced view on our committee. We cannot be all the one ilk. By having both sides given in debate and discussion, it helps to make a better decision for our community. Because, like we said, we don't want to be all the same ilk. We need to have diversity of opinion in committees, and I felt that I can offer that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Is there any further debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Councillor Patterson, you may ask a question.
Just in relation to the committees, I was just wondering if it is something that's like the traffic committee where you can actually attend and address the meeting by Zoom, if that's applicable. Is that applicable? Is that okay to ask?
You can ask me because I'm chair of it. No one asked me for that, and if it had to happen, I surely would.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. We did have Tanya Poik come online from Tassie, and that was perfectly acceptable. So to answer your question as Deputy Chair of that committee, yes, of course, we can do Zoom.
Yep.
I was just checking to make sure that was available to
Yes, thank you. Okay, well, I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? And councillors voting against the motion? Thank you. I declare it carried. We now move on to reports from council. The first one is 10.1, Integrated Planning and Reporting 2023-24, and it's the recommendation is there before us, and it will have a whole lot of these documents placed on public exhibition for 28 days. That's the most important part of what this motion before us will be. But first, before I ask for a mover or a seconder, I'd ask Mr. Mitchell to give a report on what's before us. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, item 10.1, as the Mayor's just said, is our integrated planning and reporting report. So it comes to you annually and essentially seeks endorsement for those critically important documents to go out on public exhibition for 28 days, which is a requirement under the Local Government Act. As you all seen, there's a number of attachments to this report. So what this report includes our draft operational plan. So essentially sets out what council is intending to do in terms of the services that we'll provide and the projects that we'll deliver next financial year. It's got our long-term financial plan, so essentially sets out the budget and our 10-year financial forecast, so how we're going to afford to provide those services. It's got our draft fees and charges, and it also includes our revenue policy and rates maps as well. which provides an indication of our major sources of revenue, and provides also a visual representation of the rating categories that apply across the Shire. These documents will come back to you for adoption in June, after the public exhibition period is completed, but there's a few items that are worth highlighting before they considered at Council today. First and foremost, the program of work that is planned for next financial year is significant. So we've got a sizable, so in addition to delivering the business as usual services, we've got a sizable capital expenditure program with major investment across our water and sewer areas, and also across roads and bridges. Particularly. In the report, I think it's on page 15, there's a summary of some of those major projects. And the operational plan actually includes a listing of all capital projects over $50,000. So it gives really good visibility in terms for the community, but also to the councillors in terms of what we're planning to deliver. Our financial position continues to be challenging, particularly within the general fund. And this is an item that we've had regular conversations about. We are projecting a deficit in the general fund next year of just over $1 million. And that deficit, that operating deficit, declines over the 10-year period of the long-term financial plan. And obviously that's not a sustainable position, one that we need to address. In terms of what's driving that, there's a couple, I guess, key factors that are driving that deficit position. We, as we've talked about, have got a rate peg which caps the amount that we can lift our rate revenue by. Next financial year, that percentage is at 3.7%. Unfortunately, our costs are growing at a rate that's in excess of that rate peg, and I think, as is well documented, largely on the back of inflationary cost pressures that are impacting everybody personally, but also businesses and indeed council as well, and our labour cost growth. We've also had to invest, and those costs are embedded in our cost base in terms of some of those really critically important corporate functions and corporate governance functions, and as the Grants Commission even alluded to, they are important areas of investments around asset management, around spend in IT, cybersecurity, around just corporate governance functions, which gives us a much better operating model and ensuring that we can deliver what we need to for the community. So there's an increase of costs associated with those. And the other factor, which hasn't been as big an issue in previous years, which is now being felt and will be felt more going forward, is our borrowing costs. So we've got a sort of double whammy impact in terms of we're seeing a significant increase in the interest rates, and with our deficit position and the need to borrow more, we get the double sort of impact of a greater level of borrowings at a higher interest rate. The last thing, probably just to point out, is in relation to challenges within our sewer fund, and you'll notice that the recommendation in the report included a third item there, which is around noting the impacts and also recommending that there's some advocacy to higher levels of government for financial assistance. Our sewer capital expenditure program is substantial. Two projects account for about $200 million of capital expenditure over the next 5 years. So, being the Central Kempsey sewer scheme and also the sewer plant up at Stewart's Point. And both of those, whilst we have built up some cash reserves over previous years to fund those projects, and we've got some grant funding to help deliver those, to deliver those projects, and in particular the Central Kempsey, will require a significant amount of borrowings. So it's borrowing on a scale that council has never had to do before because of the cost of those projects. And what that requires will be some further increases in our sewer access charges. So the fees and charges, you will note, will have included a reasonable increase in this year, 13 to 14%. But there will likely be further increases that are needed to that sewer access charge to build up the funds to fund these important capital projects. We note that those impacts on the community are challenging, and I guess that is why we've specifically called that out in the report that's in front of you in the recommendation, that to recommend that there is advocacy that's actually undertaken to see what further assistance there is available or can be made available given the size of these projects and the impact that they will have on our ratepayers. That's probably the key elements. I'm happy to take obviously any questions in relation to any of those attachments or indeed the council report that sits on top of it.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. We'll probably come to questions, and I know I have a few. First of all, I'd like a mover and a seconder, please, for this. Councillor Riddington, you're moving it? And seconding it, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Riddington, would you like to speak to the motion that's before us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Mr. Mitchell. I'd like to thank you very much for a very, very comprehensive report. It's very challenging reading, but if we don't have the reading and we don't have the understanding and we don't have the data that the finance team has presented to us, then we can't make proper decisions. So from my point of view, I'm very grateful for the body of work that's gone into this. I'm sure there are other questions from other councillors, and we could probably get to those in due course, but I do commend this motion to my colleagues.
Thank you very much. Did anyone wish to have debate or ask questions, please? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Got a number of questions. That's all right. Such a big document and great work once again by council staff to put all this in front of us. Now I'm hoping my computer works. I've got a number of questions, and first off, I'd like to start with the ordinary rates, water and sewer charges. Just looking at those, the residential and business charges seem to be very similar. Is that something that's similar across other councils? Because obviously a residential ratepayer can't claim any of their rates, but a business can. Is that something that's normal across council? Are those rates too low? What's the feedback on it? Business rates, that is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Jackson, thank you.
The water usage charges are very much comparable. For instance, our Port Macquarie neighbours charge $3.51 at the tier, and then jump up to a $7 charge for tier 2, as opposed to our basic tier of 3.19. But I'm not sure. So, are you asking regarding the residential and business connection and services fees, or the usage charges?
Water and sewer charge, minimum charge, residential.
Anthony, microphone.
Sorry, I should have my glasses on. I can't read this very well. Residential $635 and business other $682. Ordinary rates, water fees and charges. That's your base rate. They're very similar. Is that something that's normal? And that's on page. What are we on? Page 9.
Yeah. Through Mr. Mayor, I can answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Base rates are a decision of each individual council. We wouldn't have on hand. We can take that on notice in relation to how it compares to other councils.
Yeah.
The experience I've had that the base rates aren't are often fairly similar.
Yeah.
Because the actual amount in the dollar, the ad valorem amount, is very different when it comes to residential to business, and that's where the difference ends up resulting in the amount of rates paid. For various properties, whether they're residential or commercial or farmland, it's more in the ad valorem amount, not the base rate.
Yeah.
Another question, Councillor Patterson?
Yeah. My next question is on page. What one's that? Where's the page number on it? There. 9. Page 9 again. Just about the water supply charges. Once again, the 20 mil of $3.91 and the unconnected properties are the same price. Is that something that's normal?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is normal. And those that are unconnected, it's because the water service goes past the property.
Yep, that's fine.
Another question, Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, I've got quite a few questions. That's all right. And I know it may seem a bit frustrating, but
not frustrating, Councillor Patterson. Yeah. This is your job, and you're doing it. Thank you.
The sewer charge. I was going to ask that. I spoke to Director Mitchell last night about the sewer charges in relation to, and it's only a question in relation to Airbnb. People are having like two toilets in the building, and then 45 people staying there overnight. I know it's still the one toilet. Is there anything that's going to change there? I know it's a government issue that we're looking at, state government, with Airbnbs actually taking over residential.
Mr. General Manager,
the state government has taken fairly significant action in that area. All properties that are being used for short-term rental, whether that's with stays, Airbnb, bookings.com, whatever they may be, now have to be registered. There's short-term, it's called STRA, short-term rental accommodation, and there's a register of those. They also have a code of conduct that they must apply. So if you do not have beds for 45 people, you cannot have 45 people staying there. So there is a code of conduct that is now in place for those areas. If those places weren't being used for Airbnb or short-term residential accommodation, they'd be used long-term, so those facilities would still be being used, and probably on a more frequent basis than what they are by used as short-term residential.
Yep. I'm just gauging the cost to the rest of our actual rate pays where these guys fly in, fly out people. The other one, next question, is protection environment. It's in that listing, and it's about clean-up notices. And in there, the question that may be on notice, how many have been charged at the rate of 100%?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I can't give you the answer of how many, but I can confirm that in previous years there have been notices issued at quoting the full 100% rate that was applicable at the time. So it is certainly our practice to charge where appropriate the full rate for that.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Back to another thing. Water supply charges as well. How and I'm noting here that council charges $3.19 per kilolitre of water. I mean, that's less than we pay for a bottle of water at the shop. How many litres is that?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's 1,000 litres.
1,000 litres.
Yes.
We're getting good return then. The next one is development applications, construction costs up to $100,000. Is the fee of $532 charged by council? Is that fee reflective of council's costs?
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The development application fees and related charges are actually set by the state government. So it's only our contributions plans which are at our discretion, at council's discretion.
Next one, question.
Patterson again, yes.
Got about 4 more, sorry. It's about bin charges. I'm just noting that these bin charges work on average of about, for your base bin, non-recyclable bin, about $16 per empty. Is that something that has increased recently, or is that something that we're looking to increase into the future based on our EPA charges at our waste site?
Director Mitchell, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a good question, Councillor Patterson. In relation to domestic waste charges, we, over the last sort of 4 or 5 years, have had very limited increases. And so in a number of those years, in fact, probably all but one, I think, from memory, there was no increase, or no increase in real terms at least, in the domestic waste charges. That decision was made at the time, or annually, at each time, in terms of considering these fees and charges, given the domestic waste reserve that we had at that stage, so the cash that we collected And so a decision was made, given that what we thought at the time in terms of our future requirements, not to continue to increase those domestic waste charges and have that domestic reserve building up unnecessarily bigger than what it needed to be. What you will see in the fees and charges this year is an increase of around about or 10 or a bit over 10% for domestic waste charges. Effectively, what we've done is it has basically increased it by the amounts that it would have increased by if we had have applied the CPI increases over those years. The reason for doing that, and as councillors may recall, the landfill project, so Cell 4, to construct a new landfill at our waste management centre has been a particularly complex and difficult project, and the cost of that fairly significant, and for a number of factors have caused that project to be greater in terms of expenditure, and therefore the reserve to be impacted. And so what we're doing is increasing those charges to recoup a little bit of that money and to build up that reserve, so that we're starting to build up a reserve that's able to or be available to fund future expenditure at the landfill. So I assume that answers your question.
Very good.
Councillor Patterson, you may need your microphone.
Yep. Motor vehicles removal fee, just noting in council's fees and charges at what have we got, about $260 odd. Does that reflect the current commercial rate of removal of a motor vehicle, noting that it's a fairly common thing of burnt out vehicles, etc., in our area? Is that something that's worn by the owner of the vehicle, or is that something that's worn by council on those removals?
Director Jackson, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The removal of motor vehicles is a multi-part approach. We have against average towing fees, and then there's also daily impound. If the vehicle is burnt out, it will be sent to scrap. But if it's not burnt out, it'll be taken to impound, and a daily fee charged there as well. All of those costs will be borne by the vehicle owner.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Another question on events and commercial activities. I know that this could be on notice, but are those charges for events and commercial activities, are those charges a large amount, a small amount in general, like our total collection?
Director Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. You look at, in terms of able to give you an actual accurate dollar amount, I need to come back to you. We're not talking huge numbers here. So I guess in the grand scheme of our financial position and the stuff I was referring to when I introduced this paper, these amounts and the amount of income that comes from these is very small.
Yep.
All counts and makes a difference, but I mean, I guess in terms from a materiality perspective, this is would be immaterial.
Do you mind me asking, would that be reflected in the we were trying to promote outdoor businesses with seats and tables outside the restaurants, that those fees and charges were waived? Would that be reflected in those fees and charges?
Yep. So I'm pretty sure what's reflected in this fees and charges document is in relation to the moratorium on outdoor dining.
Yep.
So from memory, I think that was a 5-year moratorium that was put in place. I think it goes to 2024 from memory, so we need to revisit it at that stage. Obviously the decisions that was made at that time were in relation to stimulating that economic activity and supporting that through encouraging outdoor dining. That will be a decision, when that moratorium finishes, that will come back for councillors to consider at that stage.
Yep, no worries.
Councillor Patterson.
Still going. Shopping trolleys. Have we utilised these charges in fines, etc., to the owners of the trolleys? For example, the Riverside Park.
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the recent public spaces unattended property guidelines, trendy acronym PSUP, has been brought in, and we're working under that, which had a grace period until the 1st of May 2023. Advisory notes have been sent to all of the shopping trolley owners, so that going forward from the 1st of May, we will be charging those fees as listed.
Excellent. Hoping that will help clean up our area. 3 more to go.
Councillor Patterson, count down.
Sorry. beach permits for motor vehicles. Noticing that the price variation between the non-commercial and commercial is very, very negligible. Being the average Joe that goes to catch some bream on the main beach, having to pay very similar charge to a commercial licence holder that then could claim that charge against his income. Is that something that's normal?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The beach permits are actually done in agreement with our neighbours, Nambucca and Port Macquarie, so it's actually a three shires pass. And yes, those commercial rates are what have been agreed there. We have made efficiencies in the way those passes are issued and saved sort of 20% of the pass cost, which used to be taken by the fishing shops, etc., that issued those previously. But yeah, this is the number that's been agreed.
Second last one. Thank you, Councillor.
The next one's about hall hire. Noting in the fees and charges, it doesn't reflect anything about some of those halls not being hireable. Smithtown Hall, for example.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Patterson, whilst some of those 355 committees that are operating those halls maybe not necessarily operating and the halls not being hired, we would still include the charge in the fees and charge, schedule of fees and charges, if they were to become active and the halls were to be starting to be hired, so that we wouldn't have to bring back a separate report and go out on exhibition again just for example, to use your example, Smithtown Hall hire fees of $10 or whatever it might be, to avoid that process. It's just easy to have it included within that. What I can say is we are in the process of, and will be over the next couple of months, doing a bit of a review around our 355 committees in terms of, particularly in relation to hall usage. So that's something that is a body of work that will be undertaken over the next few months.
Thank you. And your last question,
Last question. Thank you. Thank you for staying with me. Swimming pool fees that are applied by the contractor based on when the swimming club wants to have an event, a club event here in, say, Kempsey, for instance. I've been told recently, because those fees aren't listed because it says set by the contractor, but I've been told by the local swimming club that they are conducting their club events in Maxwell now because of the fees being too expensive.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's something I'm not aware of, Councillor Patterson, that they would be moving their events. So that would be something I would need to follow up, not something I've got sort of any understanding of. What I can say is, and as councillors are aware, because we did bring a report just prior to Christmas, I think it was, in relation to the management of Kempsey, Southwest Rocks and Gladstone pools, that the tender for the management of those closed yesterday. So you'll have a report come back to Council in May in relation to the management of the pools. What we are proposing is that the setting of the fees would still be largely set by the contractor, but in conjunction with council staff. But in the same way as what we do for the holiday parks, rather than listing out all those fees, and again, if there was to be a need to change a fee, then it'd have to be re-exhibited and come to council twice. Once to go out on exhibition to come back, we have it so that it's set in this way in terms of the fees and charges. But the issue you've raised is more of an operational issue rather than in relation to this fees and charges to go on exhibition.
So would that be something that's like business confidentiality, showing those charges because they're set by a contractor? Because they're not.
Mitchell,
they're not
follow-up question.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's more largely that it's more from an efficiency perspective more than anything else, and the way that the contracts are structured with the contractors in the same way as what I referred to in relation to the holiday parks. And so the holiday parks, albeit are slightly differently because they might have some dynamic pricing at the time, but it's that is truly a commercial business, and so to have that sort of being run in that way. But in this case, it is again to provide the ability for the contractors who tender a price. So for them to manage the pools on our behalf, so that they are able to make sure that they are viable as the managers of the pools, and so that gives them the ability contractually to set the admission prices or whatever the prices that are being charged. But that is contractually that's agreed or discussed with council officers before that's implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for putting up my
Thank
question.
you. No, it's not putting up. This is how it works. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Wyatt, do you have some questions?
I have a lot of questions, but I was just wondering if we could just have a little bit of a structure or order to what we're going to be discussing here. There's 5 reports here, plus the actual report in this thing, and can we just sort of kind of go through these from A to E?
So you're moving a procedural motion that we ask questions.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Starting with, because we're just talking about the fees and charges. So yes, I'm moving a procedural motion that we go through these reports from A to E with any questions that we have, and that we start with a continuation on C. Bearing in mind that we might not have questions on all the reports, but I'm just kind of looking for a bit of structure.
Okay. Well, thank you. I've just been advised by the General Manager that's how we'll go. We don't need a procedural motion. My mistake. We will deal with item A and I'll see how many questions we have, and then we'll move on to B and C and so forth. So are there any questions on the delivery program or operational plan? Standing by. Councillor Wyatt.
I also have questions in relation to the report that is in that item, this report here about the communication strategy. Can I ask that? Or do you want me to go into the plan? I can ask both.
We'll do the DPAP first.
Okay. So there's 158 items in the plan. Question is, what are the sources of these and how many have come from the community catch-ups? Do we have that on hand or take that on notice? And then I have 2 other questions in relation to that.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't give you exact numbers around that, Councillor White. I think, as we've talked about in the couple of workshops that we've had with councillors, the development of all the items in the operational plan comes from, we know that we have certain services that are business as usual, right? And so they will largely just roll forward from one operational plan to the next. We obviously do tweak those and improve them as we need to, but largely you'll see sort of continuity from one year to the next in terms of the services that we provide. What we layer on top of that is then projects where we know that we've got grant funding, projects that are multi-year, and so we may need to include those. So some of those capital expenditure projects, and then other items which come from our adopted strategies. So when strategies come to council and you adopt them, we will then do our best within the funding restrictions we've got to include items in the operational plan to deliver. So that we actually start executing on those strategies. And some of those, including in the strategies or whatever else, will come from the community catch-up. So it's very hard to say, at the community catch-up at Fredericton in, February 2018, which is the first one I went to, these are the items that came out of that have since found in which operational plan. What we do and what we've been very, very committed to do, and I think it was part of when you may recall when we brought the community strategic plan to council this time last year, was that we used a whole body of that engagement work that had been done through community catch-ups or other events and gathered as much of that information and go, what did that actually tell us? So that helped us set the overarching strategy around the community strategic plan, and where appropriate, when we've identified items, we have actually seeded those into the operational plan, either the one that relates to the financial year we're in now, or in some respects next year. But yeah, I couldn't give you the exact numbers or point to which ones specifically.
Councillor White, you finished?
Yeah, I think a good message from that is that some of those things that may have come from community catch-ups can be rolled up into either business as usual, program funding, or grants. But
that's a comment. Did you have another question?
Yes. So the categories that we have, environment, community, economic, and leadership, come from the Community Strategic Plan of 2042. Do those categories have a definition, and is there any scope to change them in the future?
Yeah, through you,
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So again, and this is what we talked about 12 months ago when we adopted, or when we sort of agreed to put the community strategic plan out on exhibition, and then it was adopted. Those themes, the 4 themes, came from, so they changed from the community strategic plan that was previously in place, where we had healthy, healthy, safe, wealthy, and social community. I think it was. I can't remember now. I got myself all tied up. But so they were changed, and the four themes that are in this community strategic plan came out very strongly from the community engagement that we did do. Right. So when we come around for the next term of council and revisit the community strategic plan, that will be looked at to see if those themes should change. And that'll be a body of work. Given that this one has only just been recently adopted, and these are sort of fairly high level sort of themes and with aspirational goals, I'd sort of be surprised personally if there'd be significant change from those. But that will be a piece of work that we'll do in conjunction with the community.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
I'm sorry.
Councillor White.
I mean, specifically, it's the environment one that I'm thinking of whether that can be considered in the future, is to separate out, the environment things around water, sewer, stormwater, as opposed to natural environment. I think that's a really big encompassing term, and sort of wondering whether there's scope to separate that out in the future. But that's all my questions on DPOP.
I know that's your question. There was a comment at the end there. Thank you. Any other questions on the DPOP, please? If I could ask a question, please. In the OP, in the coming financial year, are there any significant withdrawal or reduction in services in the OP?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, largely the services that we have been provided, we're continuing to provide. There will be only certain things which are grant funded, maybe, so where we might have undertaken certain events or initiatives that are on the back of particular grant funding streams that wouldn't be provided. But in terms of your sort of core services that are provided to the community, they are being and have been budgeted and planned to be provided in largely the same way as what they are currently.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. That's good news for the community. And in the same line, we are having a rate increase this coming financial year. How has that number been arrived at, which I know the answer, but I'm asking anyway.
Through Mr. Mayor, just sort of clarify, so when you talk about the rate increase, you're talking about the rate peg, the 3.7%. So the 3.7% is the rate peg. That goes through a process which IPART goes through annually basically, and they've got a whole sort of methodology around the way that they calculate that, taking into account cost increases and other factors. They do look at population growth, and so they'll set a baseline rate peg, which is the 3.7%, and then potentially make an allowance, do make an allowance for population growth in addition to that. In our council's case, there is no population growth factor that's applied, so the base 3.7% is what our rate peg will be. Other councils, for example, some on the Sydney fringe metro sort of area, where they're getting substantial growth, then their rate peg will be higher because they'll have a population growth factor that's applied to it. What is important to note is that IPART is undertaking a review of its methodology. There's been a lot of pushback, I guess, from local government sector around the appropriateness of the rate peg, and so there's been a significant amount of work that IPART have undertaken in terms of engaging with councils, with ratepayers and other stakeholders to review the methodology, and I think it's next month there'll be a draft paper that'll come out, there'll be a public hearing, and then they will look to finalise and put a report out with the final methodology of what that new rate peg methodology will look like going forward. We're obviously hopeful that it is more appropriate in terms of the way it's calculated. And I think, as you may all recall, a year or so ago, the rate peg was set at 0.7%, which was substantially less than costs were going up, and particularly our labour costs, which are set by the local government award, and so you had an immediate significant disconnect, which IPART then recognised because they then put a special process in to enable councils to actually lift that to, in our case, to 2%, which still wasn't enough. And that, when you have that and the compounding impacts of that in terms of your cost base, that's why our deficit keeps growing and will continue to grow out into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. And a follow-up question from me on that one is, I do believe that the population of Kempsey Shire has grown. What's the trigger for a component of increase in the rate variation peg? for us to grow? Is it a percentage of our population or is it a set number?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it's percentage, but I'd have to come back. I'd take that on notice. It's not something that we've sort of really looked at because their methodology is sort of set, and the fact that they're actually reviewing the methodology as well. So that'd be something I need to take on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any further questions on the DPOP? If not, we'll look at the second policy, which is the Revenue Policy 2023-24. Anyone have any questions?
Please.
Yes, Councillor Wyatt.
Okay, yeah, my question is around the category of rateable lands being local government Act defines that as residential, business, farming and mining. It's in section 514 of the Local Government Act. And there's clear definition that it has definitions for farming, residential and mining. But my understanding is that everything else that doesn't fit into those categories is categorised as business. And so I'm surprised that like a charity, an NGO, a public benevolent institution is classified as a business. And my question is, screen's frozen. This question is, are you, maybe through to the General Manager or other staff here, are you aware of any discussions or processes within the Office of Local Government to look at the Local Government Act or implement policy to introduce a category for charities, NGOs and public benevolent institutions?
Looking at that answer, and that's coming from Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. There was a review of benevolent societies and charities. I'm just trying to work out how many years ago, 5 years ago, where the Office of Local Government and the state government looked at how they were considered. 2020. So 3 years ago, and it's a interesting one for the department, I guess, because many of these are receiving significant both private sector and government funding to operate, while at the same time they're also competing with the private sector at times in a range of their services these days, whether they're in childcare, healthcare, aged care, employment services, those sorts of things. So it's an interesting one for them to try and ensure that they're not infringing on national competition policy at the same time as well. They do get other exemptions that are provided that allow them to, I guess, leverage off their charitable status and would get other exemptions and benefits that aren't open to the private sector.
Thank you, General Manager. Another question, Councillor Wyatt. Sorry, I'll do that with the microphone on. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Any further questions, Councillor Wyatt?
Just to clarify, are we going to be having more opportunity through a council briefing when this comes back off public display to sort of thresh out some more of these issues or questions, rather?
Mr. General Manager?
It's through you, Mr. Mayor, the May General Manager's briefing, where we'll be looking at rates and those sorts of things. So there's opportunities there to be asking that. There have just been sent information that charities and public benevolent institutions are exempt from paying land rates as well. So they have to demonstrate this set criteria and then they're exempt from it.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I just have a question. If I could just have a short or quick explanation, just again about the in the rates calculations. Note that about the ad valorem rate. Could I just have a quick explanation about how that's added on to our base rate?
Yes.
Mr. General Manager is jumping in for this. Thank you.
Yeah. So the rates across all the areas, and you'll see that on page 4 of the policy. There's a table 1 on the bottom of it that has the base amount. So rates are made up of what we call a base amount and ad valorem amount. So the base amount is a set figure that everyone gets charged. And then what happens is that we use the Valuer General's land value of a property to develop what we call an ad valorem rate, which is just so many cents in the dollar is charged per dollar of value of that property. So that's, so if you've got a $100,000 property, it might be 1 cent for that. $100,000, $200,000 property, it's still 1 cent for that. So that amount, the ad valorem amount, is the same for all residential properties, but it varies the amount you pay on the land value, and then that ad valorem amount is different for each of the categories.
You want to add to that,
Probably,
Mr. Mitchell?
And then,
and the base charge can't be more than 50% of the rate.
Yeah.
So so everyone essentially pays a fixed component. There's a fixed and variable if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah.
And so there's a cap, I guess, on the amount of the fix that every single ratepayer would pay in their particular rating category. And then so that can't exceed 50%. And then on top of that, as the general manager indicated, there's the variable component, which is the ad valorem, and that's essentially calculated based off the value that the valuer general has assessed for that particular property, and that varies property to property.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
But we will have, as the general manager referred to, we will have a more detailed presentation on this matter on the 3rd of May.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the revenue policy, item B? If not, we will move on to Schedule of Fees and Charges 2023-24, which is item C in 1. Any questions on that? Councillor Patterson got his second wind. He has some more questions.
Sorry. Was based on is this the right section to be asking about the water sewer contributions? About the question I asked a while ago about the formula that we're utilising for the water and sewer contributions, based on the fact that our formula seems to be not suitable to our area.
Better handle that one first. Go.
Mr. Jackson, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as I noted previously, there has been a review of those formulas and how they're applied, and the basic formula, which is proved not particularly well suited to large format commercial premises, has been reviewed and will provide different outcomes now.
Thank you. Councillor White, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please. It's a bit of a general question. There's some around development, compliance, advice, and subpoenas. There's a whole lot of charges around inspection fees. I'm just wondering if these are actually cost recovery of staff time and indirect costs associated with the actual inspection, the fee application, and the back end work to look at that application or fee.
Okay. Yeah.
Or are
The
they
general manager.
or are they a cost per hour fee?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah. Are they cost recovery basically?
Yeah. I'd have to look at the specific fees because some of them may be statutory fees that are set by the state government.
All right.
Some of them may be fees that we were able to set. When we set them, we try and set them so they are cost recovery. But I'd need to know the specific fees.
Later. Yep. I have another question.
Yes, Councillor White.
On page 56 of that report, there's some fees associated with Kempsey Silver Band, the Choral Society, and Silver Strings. So Kempsey collects fees for those. And what contribution does Kempsey Council then make to those organisations for them to run their programs or make them sustainable? Are they?
Thank you. Yes, we're just finding it. Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they are essentially council because they are a 355 committee. And in the past, they have also applied for community grants, I think, and so I've been successful in getting community grants through our community grant program. So that's where there is assistance provided to them. They are the fees that then they will then charge as part of their 355 committee. In the same way as you've got a hall, in the same way as like the Smithdown Hall example, there'd be a hall fee charged. That's the fees that they would then charge as a 355 committee. Does that make sense?
I was thinking that council charged them fees.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor White. Any further questions on schedule of fees and charges? Well, I will ask one on the pricing policy at the beginning of the document. It's got Category A, regulated charges, Category B, regulated charges, and Categories C through to G are all market forces. Why couldn't we just have two categories, market forces and regulated charges? What is this a requirement that we have so many categories that all mean the same thing?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. They do have
Mr. Mitchell.
They do have further meaning, which isn't sort of published there. Could be something to actually include, but I guess the so in the case of the market forces, there's different elements to those 6 categories. We can probably cost. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of there's some good. That's the additional bits in terms of for some of them it might be market forces, but it's pegged to other council, benchmarked to other councils. Others it's cost recovery. Others where it's actually more commercial in terms of making a margin or profit. So we can possibly expand on that in that explanation table and make that clearer.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, because there's a whole page there that you could expand that on. So thank you. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for you, Director Mitchell. Currently, there is for shredded green waste is free at the Kempsey Waste Facility, but mentions nothing of that in this report. Is that still available or not?
Could you explain that again, Councillor Butterfield?
Shredded green waste,
yes,
at the Kempsey Waste Facility is currently free, but it has nothing mentioned here in this report. Is that currently not available anymore?
Okay, so it's not a charge, therefore it's not on there. So I presume that's the reason, but unless it should be a charge and it's then reduced to nothing or free, I don't know. So, Mr. Mitchell, can you
through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to actually go. I would have thought that we would have actually referenced that, even if it didn't have a charge attached to it, Councillor Butterfield, without being able to sort of look it up straight away. I guess I'll just have a look at that one post the meeting and come back to you. My understanding is there's no change and nothing's proposed to change in relation to that. Obviously, if the fee was going to be charged and it wasn't going to be free, then it would be listed in the fees and charges. But that's something that we can clarify and definitely when this comes back for formal adoption in June, that we can even include reference to that if it's not in there at the moment.
No, thank you.
Just to be clear, Mr. Mitchell, if these minor amendments you find can be added, they will go into the documents going out in public exhibition, or it's only the one they've already got?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, if there's obvious errors, and we've done this in previous years, we'll make corrections to the versions that get put out on exhibition. And we have done that in the past, particularly if they're typo type errors or whatever else, or if there's a glaring omission, then we would add that in. For some others, we would just wait and deal with it when it comes back. And the council report that comes back in June very clearly outlines what's changed between the version that came to council and went out on exhibition to what we're actually recommending that councillors resolve to adopt at the June meeting. So we can do it either way. At this stage, I don't know there's any real need. There's nothing I know that we need to change from the documents that you've seen.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah. Pages 35 and 36 of the fees and charges actually relate to that. Right at the bottom actually has a definition. At the bottom of page 35 has the definition of green waste, and that's something that decays naturally and in a way that's not harmful to the environment. And then the following page actually sets out the prices for green waste that will be taken by council at our transfer stations other than at Bellbrook Waste Transfer Station. That sets it out by a level single axle 6x4 trailer, heap trailer, a dual axle trailer as well. So they're set out there.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. That's a clarification to Councillor Butterfield. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions on schedule of fees and charges? Councillor Patterson's found one. Councillor Patterson.
Just so I get one in. I just noticed there that it's got yes for GST in the waste transfer station charges. That's correct. Yeah.
That question's been answered very quickly. It's yes from Mr. Mitchell. Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Riddington?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I've always found this really interesting with GST on waste charges and fees. It's like a tax on a tax. So could you just explain why we have the GST on that, please?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not a tax expert, but largely that is a supply that's under the GST legislation that would qualify as being applicable. Yeah, that's right. Provision of goods and services to be applicable to paying the GST.
It's actually a
Thank you,
service.
General Manager.
Yeah, the provision of our waste service is actually a service. It's not actually a tax. It's actually a service. So it's simply the GST being paid on a service.
Thank you. Councillor Reddington, you okay with that question? Yep. Okay. If there's no other further questions on schedule of fees and charges, we'll move to the rate maps 2023-24. Do we have any questions on that item?
I do.
Councillor Wyeth.
Stormwater levy. So this may sound really naive. Apologies in advance if it's a really naive question, but what is a stormwater service exactly? And when is it charged? And what criteria is met for an area to be charged a stormwater levy? And does it depend on whether or not stormwater is connected? So, is that?
Yeah, we can try and answer that question. Thank you. Well, I won't. Mr. Jackson.
I can answer the first part. What is a stormwater service? Is literally pits and pipes, curbs, gutters, pits and pipes in the ground, structures and engineering works to direct stormwater.
Okay, cool.
In terms of where it is applicable, obviously we have stormwater services in this town and in the majority of our townships. Some places do not have that. However, we are looking to install that, such as, for instance, Stewart's Point has never really needed stormwater. However, we're currently looking at the issue of groundwater and its impacts, which is bringing forward a stormwater requirement. There is actually stormwater infrastructure in Stewart's Point, just not a lot of it. So, yeah, we're looking at, and so to have a levy also adds, essentially, is collecting water for the provision of future stormwater. So the fact that they don't have it now doesn't mean that obviously collecting the levy will help in providing it in future.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Wyatt.
So on those maps, it does have most of the towns and villages identified as that stormwater levy. So places like Stewart's Point and Gladstone and Smithtown, I'm assuming, where they don't have that stormwater infrastructure, are they still being charged a levy, or is that proposed when they do have stormwater?
Mr. General Manager.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, sorry,
Mr. Jackson, right?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The maps show where stormwater can apply. So again, we're capturing for future if it's not there already, or upgrades of an existing.
That's a good clarification.
Mr. General Manager, yes.
Yeah, using Stewart's Point as an example, we do have stormwater across some of Stewart's Point. It's not right through all of it, but it is across a whole range of it. And as Mr. Jackson has said, it's looking at how we continue to develop that in the longer term as well.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Wyatt?
So is it worth sort of having another category on those maps to say what is being actually charged and what is proposed to be charged to make it clearer?
What's on the maps is the areas that are being charged. That doesn't mean they necessarily have the pipes in the ground right now, but they are being charged anyway.
Yeah, that's my concern. Okay. Okay.
Councillor Wyatt, another one?
Yes, please. On the maps too, it has it's got the maps shown as business urban, and everything else is classified as residential farmland. Is it possible to have those two categories added onto those maps? So I think from memory, I'll just open it up. It's got a whole lot of blue, which is business urban, and then everything outside of that is either zoned as residential or farmland. Is it possible to have those two categories separated and mapped? And how is that rest determined? When does residential become farmland, and small acreages, when does that become residential or farmland? Because that's not really clear on those maps.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The maps show where an urban business levy would apply was there to be a business land use within that boundary. So the maps aren't showing what the property at those locations is currently rated. It is showing where we may apply certain rates if the land is categorised as such. So, for example, it would be meaningless for us to produce maps of certain areas showing what's rated residential and what's rated farmland, because by the time you zoom out to see all the farmland, you won't see the residential parcels on the map. And if the use changes next week, then that land gets recategorised, because the land is categorised according to how it is used, not where it is located. So the reason we show the the urban business rates is because we have two business rates. We've got a business rate which is urban and a business rate which is non-urban, recognising that businesses that are around developed town centres like Crescent Head, Kempsey, Southwest Rocks make a contribution to the upkeep of the facilities that those town centres have that, say, smaller centres do not have, and therefore are non-urban. So if you start a business, for instance, at Willawarren, then you would get levied at a non-urban rate. So that's where they show where if you have a business there, you will be urban or you'll be non-urban. It doesn't necessarily show what that land is currently categorised at, because, for instance, in Kempsey, a lot of it's residential.
Thank you. Councillor White, do you have any final questions?
So for some of those land, like, around Eureka and Punzabung and sort of down Southwest Rock Road, Dongding along Crescent Head Road, where you sort of got these semi-rural, semi-urban areas ranging from 1 hectare up to 8 hectares and maybe even some bigger, where are they classified as residential or farmland, or what? How is that determined what they are classified?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah. It would depend on the particular locations. Again, you look at it, and then what is the primary purpose of what the land is being used for. So if it's primarily being used as residential, then it'll be classified as residential. If it's being used as a farm, so a commercial farm, it would be rated as a farmland.
So a market garden on 1 hectare of land is a farm. Could be a farm. And a residential because they live there.
It could be. Yeah, you'd have to, yeah. Yeah, it's on the dominant use. What's the primary use of the property?
Thank you.
That was complex. I'm in rates higher.
Thank you very much. Keeping in mind the time, we're coming up for the long-term financial plan. Could I have a quick show of hands who intend to ask questions on that? You will be just that we will have to adjourn for lunch at some point, and it would be good if we could finalise this first. But we will go for as long as you have questions, Councillor White. Councillor White.
No one else has questions. Okay. All right, sure. I think a really important thing in the paper that I read, it's really to note that 38% of local government areas have a deficit. So this is not unique to council, and our deficit could be 62 million in 10 years. And Councillor Mitchell explained really well why we.
Director Mitchell.
Oh, sorry.
I'd rather be you than us.
Explain why we have these deficits, which is good. What are the non-negotiables? Like, what does council not have the delegated authority nor the capacity to influence in that? So we have absolutely, the community might want us to change, but what are these non-negotiables that we cannot change?
Mr. Mitchell.
In that list.
Sorry, which list are you referring to?
The one in the list that in the reasons for the deficits. I mean, you talked about things like, employee costs. So what are the things
I think page 16 in the report.
Change?
Yeah, okay.
Community may have an expectation, we'll just go and change that. But there are some things that council cannot change because they're statutory requirements or the legislation, or you don't have delegated authority, or it's market for.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, if I understand the question right, Councillor White, I mean, there's obviously certain services which we are legislated to provide and to provide to a certain level. And then there are a whole lot of other services that we provide where there is discretion to what service level that they are provided. And so, for development compliance, there's services that we've got to do, and there's certain timeframes around undertaking those. In relation to parks and gardens, we can largely determine to what level that we maintain those parks and gardens. So what's the service level that we would provide those to? So, and then that then largely becomes a decision around providing services that the community are happy with and that they are accepting of, and what we're prepared to pay for those. And so we're sort of starting to get into part of the conversation, which we will have at item 10.2 when we're talking about doing the investigative piece of work for a special rate variation, because that largely will be coming around and considering those elements in terms of service provision and the cost to provide those services.
Mr. General Manager, further advice?
Just wondering whether, just refer to what Councillor Bain said on page 16 of the long-term financial plan, sets out our expenditure areas, and just looking at that and the question about what do we have control on and what we don't. So employee costs, we do not control the award increase, but we do control the number of staff. So you could reduce your cost by reducing staff, but that comes at the cost of reduction in services as well. Materials and contracts. Basically, this is work we are going out to, and those materials cost what they cost. So we have very little control on that. The only way you control that is what work you actually do. So if you don't do the work, then you can reduce the costs. Depreciation. We have to charge depreciation, but we have limited scope to vary that depreciation. So do we, say a bridge has got a 70-year lifespan as opposed to a 50-year lifespan. So you can move that around a little bit, but these days you can't move that around as much as you did 15 years ago in local government, for example. Borrowing costs. Our rates are the rates that the banks charge us when we borrow. Where we vary that is what decisions does council make about the amount we borrow? Okay, and that relates to what works and services we want to provide in the future as well. So they're the sorts of things that you can control and you don't control at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Appreciate the answers we've been given. Is there any further questions on anything there, or are there any people who wish to take a position for or against the motion?
Sorry, one more question.
You have a question. Councillor White, thank you.
The sewer story, so motion number 3 there, the sewer story is quite dire due to the increased costs and borrowings required, which could result in 40% increase. This might be crystal balling it, but I mean, what do you think the actual risk matrix is? Like, what is the likelihood and consequence for council and the community of it becoming the highest, potentially becoming the highest in New South Wales? Is it likely that we might get support from state government?
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager, and then possibly Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor White, because I think that as staff, we have deliberately highlighted this in the report because it is an issue for the community. There is a significant risk that those increases will happen at 40% if we do not get additional assistance from the state and or federal government in the large program of works we need, because of the long-term, I guess, the historical legacy that we've actually got here in place at the moment. I think that the state government and our working with the various departments of the state government has been very strong and very positive. So I'm hopeful that we will get additional funding, but I certainly can't sit here and guarantee you will get additional funding. We did want to make the community aware of this and the council is aware of it. And that's why point 3 is in the recommendation, is to ensure that we do go out and actively advocate to the state and federal government to seek additional funding for that area.
And just follow up. So just to confirm that has largely come about because of the increased material costs to provide those services, and we have to go out and have more borrowings. So it's really, that kind of is non-negotiable. We're committed, council's committed to installing this infrastructure, so we have to pay for it somehow.
Yeah, that's correct. We've gone through a process of what can we actually cut out? So our big sewer programs really are around Stewart's Point and Central Kempsey area, our big sewer programs. And in reality, both of them are non-negotiable. We have to do both of them. So then you look at, can you scale them down? And the reality is, well, you've got to provide for Stewart's Point and the community and the growth that's there. So you can't scale that down. And likewise for Central Kempsey, you can't scale it down. The unfortunate part, I guess, about this is if we delivered these 5 years ago, they'd probably be about 40% cheaper than what they're going to be, simply because of the escalations, and probably even more than that, maybe 50 or 60%. So we will be delivering these in a period where we've seen totally unforeseen cost escalations, which has meant these projects have their initial budgets have exceeded any previous projections whatsoever. And we have to deal with that, and that will be a combination of putting up our rates, getting additional grants, building up where we can our reserve to be used for this, and taking out the loan borrowings that we actually need.
So that's a pretty critical piece of work in terms of our long-term financial sustainability. In addition to all the that's way up there in terms of importance.
It's
to try and sort the result of that.
Yes.
It's got relative importance, I guess. It's the advantage of water and sewer is we're not rate capped, so we can increase the rates as we need to deal with this. It impacts on our general rates because we talk about ability to pay, and if our water and sewer rates are high, then the impact on our ratepayers' pocket is greater. So that's where it becomes really, really difficult. The critical part of it is that the infrastructure has to be delivered. That is a non-negotiable. It has to be delivered, over the coming 3, 4, 5 years. So the time frame to actually have these increases is relatively short.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. With no other further questions, I'll ask the debate to be concluded. Councillor Riddington.
I moved this, so don't I close it?
Yes, do. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry, couldn't hear you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much. This is a really important discussion and great questions. Thank you, Councillor Patterson and Councillor Wyatt, and thanks very much for your answers. I really do think there's a huge amount of work gone into this. There's some really good opportunities for our community to comment, and that's what we're being asked to do, to put this out on public exhibition. I really hope that members of the community take some time. I know it's a big document, and I know it's financially critical. I recommend it to our community. I would really like to see the feedback, and we will get that. So I commend this motion to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. I now put the motion. Is there any dissent from the motion before us? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We have an issue now. We're about to adjourn for lunch, but to continue the meeting past 1 p.m, we need a motion that requires the meeting to continue past 1 p.m. So it's under clause 17.2 of Council Code of Conduct. And we have to resolve to continue the meeting past 1 p.m, and it will end at 4 p.m. according to our Code of Meeting Practice. Councillor Bain, are you moving that?
Yeah, I will move that.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the post? And Simon, Councillor Ferguson is seconding it. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. I will now adjourn the meeting until 1:45. And yes, and that will be the time we'll come back to deal with the next item of business, 10.2. So the meeting is adjourned.
And
Councillor,
there is a table booked for lunch over at the top pub outside. So with the councillors over there and relevant staff and that. So yeah. Sorry.
So the first item we're dealing with now is 10.2, a special rate variation investigation. There's a recommendation from council staff, which we'll be looking at the moment. But first I'll ask Director Mitchell to address the issues that are with the special rate variation, and then we will be underway with a debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, item 10.2 is a report that recommends that we undertake a further body of investigative work in relation to, achieving financial sustainability. And part of that will also include a consideration about a potential future special rate variation. This report obviously follows on from the discussion we've just had in relation to our IPNR documents and I guess particularly the long-term financial plan, and we've had some conversations there obviously around our financial performance and the financial challenges we have. And so what this report is seeking from councillors is for us to go and do, for council staff to go and do a further body of work and to come back to council at the November council meeting with further analysis from a financial perspective and also a large body of work which we'll do in terms of engaging the community in relation to our financial position, services, and also the concept of a special rate variation. From the Grants Commission presentation you would have heard this morning, there was a comment made in relation to special rate variation and that it's an issue that the whole sector is facing. We know there's 17 councils who have applied for a special rate variation this year of varying percentages, but some of them are quite sizable. And given the financial results across the sector in terms of the number of councils that have reported operating deficits, you would expect a fairly similar amount of councils to be applying for special rate variation within the next 12 months as well. Part of it and what's referred to in the, so there's, whilst there's a detailed amount of commentary in the previous report, so in item 10.1 around our financials, this also includes some additional commentary in relation to that. And what is articulated in this report is that we give a bit of an overview in terms of how we will engage with the community, but assuming councillors resolve in line with the recommendation that's in front of you, the first step will be around developing that detailed community engagement plan, and that will then outline how we then go and engage with the community over the next 6 months whilst we do this piece of work and prior to bringing back that report to council in November. I think that's probably all that needs to be said today in relation to this. I think the report's fairly self-explanatory. We've obviously had several briefing sessions in relation to this particular subject matter as well, so happy to take any questions that councillors may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. First of all, we'll have a mover, and hopefully in a second, then you have a motion to be debated, and then we may have some questions. Councillor Wyatt.
I'll move it.
You'll move it. Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Ring, thank you. Councillor Wyatt, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I agree that, I mean, the report that is there for us sets out really good reasons why we are in this position. I think the graphs there as well are a really good visual representation of our financial situation. And what we are being asked to do today is for council to undertake an extensive analysis of options. And this might be a bit naive, but it's not too dissimilar to our own situation or our own budget, but this is on a massive scale. It's like a budget on steroids. It's a massive scale. We can't keep spending in our own situations. We can't keep spending and maxing out our credit cards. Eventually, we need to make some hard decisions about what financial liability looks like in the future. My understanding is this is Kempsey councils at this point. It's pretty clear that our rates and our fees and our charges is nowhere near to meet our collective demands. And we need to decide how we get our budget into a better position for financial sustainability and viability in the future. I mean, if we don't, the future unborn generations and our kids that are in primary school will be in a whole lot of financial pain if we don't if we don't address this and make some pretty tough decisions. So I recommend this motion to councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Ring, for your interjection. My mistake, I didn't have a microphone on, but thank you, Councillor Wyatt, for your leaving of the motion that's before us. Do we have any questions or speakers? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I look at this report and I think it's really shows where we're going if we don't do anything. And that was my question to Director Mitchell: is if we do nothing, based on what are we going out to 2030? Is that 2030 in our graph?
33.
33. I can't see us looking in a real healthy state with such a large deficit, you know. So to bring, to keep providing our community with the necessary things that we need to provide, as in you know, just sewer and water and roads and you know, and a future for our community as well. That's a big thing. One of the main reasons why I got on council is that we need to be looking at a rate variation of some type, because a long-term view of this doesn't look good. And then what's the next 30 years after that if we go from 2033 to 2063? You know, our grandchildren will have a huge deficit, and who knows what that's going to look like. But just going backwards over the years, there was quite a number of councils that were quite happy to stay with their current rates and not even move with the rate peg, which unfortunately puts us in our position where we are now. So I do feel like we're playing catch up. And just back to you, Director Mitchell, through you, Mr. Mayor, how bad does that look at 2033 if we do nothing?
Question. Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yep. So the long-term financial plan for the general fund indicates that that'll be around about an $8 million deficit by the time you get out to that point in time. The reality is that we wouldn't be waiting that long, so you need to make some sort of decisions. And I think without jumping through the next 6 months, where we'll actually undertake that body of work, assuming councillors resolve that way, it would either be that the special rate variation is one, but other than that, it could be a substantial reduction in services, for example, to reduce costs. And so, because you literally can't continue that path. So that chart that's in this report, which shows that decline over the 10 years, that just becomes obviously unsustainable, because to be able to continue to fund that, or to fund the capital expenditure, we would then be borrowing more and more and more, and so it just becomes this, you know, circular sort of self-perpetuating outcome where it just gets worse and worse. So, yeah, I mean, I guess what we're saying is that we need to do a body of work. We need to understand what that means. We need to look at all the options, and we need to engage with the community, and we'll bring that back to council in November. But yeah, we can't not do anything because of the way the financial forecasts look.
Just, Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
just to add, I think the big figure there is the cumulative deficit of general fund over the 10 years in the forward plan, and that's $62 million of deficit just in general fund alone if we don't do anything.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak in support of the motion. I think the overarching goal of achieving financial sustainability is very important, and I'd point out to people page 23 of the business papers, where the outlines our financial goals. So, from modest operating surpluses, are we going to be able to maintain the provision? These are the questions that we need to be asking ourselves and our community. Are we going to maintain the current level of our services? Can we reduce or eliminate the infrastructure backlog? And we all know that that's a pressing situation for many of the residents of the Shire. We need to see that we have appropriate levels of cash reserves for future projects and asset renewal, and appropriate investment in the maintenance of assets. So what we're looking at is, if we do we need to make a hard decision whether that is the standard rate variation or not. We'll have to wait for the report and the outcomes from the community. But the community really needs to be brought along with this and understand the amount of work the council does to create the wonderful place that Kempsey Shire is. And they need to be able to understand that the choice is we've got to either increase income or we've got to decrease services. And if you decrease services, as we've discussed previously, it's a slippery slope of decline when assets are not maintained. They fall into disrepair. It's a false economy. But we really need to be, and I'm sure council's on top of this, we need to be really sure that we can engage with the community and bring the community along so that they understand the decisions that we may have to make. I look forward to receiving the report in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the recommendation to conduct an intense review for a special rate variation. I think we all have suffered the state government's effects of rate pegging over the years, and I think that's been a cumulative effect that's been completely detrimental to all councils, not necessarily regional, not necessarily city, but all councils. I think I welcome the General Manager's statement that the New South Wales government's going to have a look at rate pegging and see what can be done. But in the meantime, that look usually takes a few years. So our hard job is to really understand the financial implications for our intergenerational community. And as far as I'm concerned, when you have a look at Armidale Regional Council, Bega Valley Council, Federation Council, Lithgow Council et al., we're having increases of between 43 and 74.59%. I think that having this review will give us the data that we need from our management team to understand the impact and what we can expect with our future finances going forward. So the only way to do this is to have an intense review, and I commend the council staff and look forward to receiving their report in November.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Anyone else wish to speak? Well, I'll put in my small amount from this morning's address by the Grants Commission. We found out, and I didn't realise this, that previously the amount of money allocated to financial grants for local councils around Australia was not indexed for 3 years. And I was really surprised at that. Previously, the amount of money was indexed, and every year that amount went up so that there was compensation to the increased costs facing all councils. Well, that didn't happen for 3 years, and the impact came back on councils. At the moment, Local Government New South Wales are surveying councils on the effect of the changes where they push costs out onto councils, and that's been happening for a long time. And again, as councillors having to make decisions on this, and council staff having the challenges of, as previously mentioned, keeping the service level up, but also keeping the finances balanced as much as possible. It's a very big challenge, and we do need a proper investigation. We need the facts and figures to present to the community if we do decide to go ahead with a rate variation application. And this action of getting an investigation and a report back in November is a absolutely correct way to proceed to try and keep us as a sustainable Shire Council servicing the Kempsey Shire. Are there any further debates, points anyone wish to make? If not, I'll ask the mover in reply. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. Yeah, again, I just commend us to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. We now move to item 10.3, Waste Management Strategy 2022-2032. It's a strategy that we need to adopt, and the recommendations there before us. Is there a person who wishes to move this? Councillor Bain?
Sorry, did you want to move it? Councillor White?
Did you withdraw it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councillor Wyatt, move it.
Yes, please. Yes.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Wyatt, please.
Thank you. I wanted to withdraw this one out to make a couple of points and ask a question. I think it's a good plan. I think it's really easy to read. I love the diagrams and the context is locally and it's explained really well. And I think context is really important because it demonstrates that Kempsey Shire Council does not operate in a silo and we are required to comply with sort of international state strategies. So, for example, when Australia signs up to an international agreement and they become ratified, it's up to states and local governments to meet those agreements and targets, and often they're not negotiable. We have to, and in this case, we've got the Waste Management and Sustainable Materials Strategy, which has set targets for 2025 and 2030. So we have to do that. It's not so council didn't dream up these targets. They are legislated to us or set down through sort of state and federal government strategy. In terms of the changes in the plan, I really like the fact that the comments have addressed the inclusion of visitors in the tourism sector in the education strategy. And maybe we might see one day, we go to accommodation houses now and we see those messages about water use. Maybe one day we might see the same thing for around waste management. So we will expect to see some notes in our hotel rooms about waste as we do with water. And I'm sort of wondering whether there was some comments there about sort of fast food outlets, and perhaps we can extend some of this messaging to those fast food outlets. We can encourage Australia Day. We can encourage corporate volunteering. I also want to thank the staff for including my comments and suggestions in the text. I really do thank you for doing that. I just wanted to ask a question, if I may, is on the diagram in the plan. I can't remember what page it is, but it's a really good graphic on where we are now in terms of our rubbish, and it's got our community's current performance. It looks to me that we are sitting within the average for New South Wales, but collectively Kempsey Shire Council and New South Wales has a long way to go in order to reach an 80% target of waste recovery. So this target is set by the state government that we have to reach 80%. So would you be able to just to explain where we sit in terms of that target and in terms of New South Wales as well? Are we good, bad, and different?
Right. Director Mitchell has an answer.
I have an answer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor White, so page 9 is got the graph that you're referring to, and I think the key takeaways for that are, if you're looking at the sort of bottom left of that page, there's a waste recovery comparison, which broadly means that we are sort of largely consistent with the councils, our neighbouring councils that comprise mid-waste, and New South Wales more broadly. So, I mean, in terms of that, the kilograms per household was sort of slightly less than some of those other the other two benchmarks there, but I guess the percentages are the important one, and you can see we're largely in line, but slightly better, I guess, than the New South Wales average in relation to FOGO and recycling, which is good. But if you go to the third column on that chart, which talks about our recovery rate at 54%, our residential recovery and our total waste recovery at 45%. Whilst that's moving in the right direction, there is still some work to do to get to that 80% diversion rate that's actually targeted. So that's how key takeaways, I guess, in terms of that we're sort of in a pretty good position, not dissimilar to our neighbouring councils, but with still some work to do, I guess, to meet that overall 80% target.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Further question, Councillor White? No? Any other questions or debate on the motion before us, councillors? Councillor Patterson.
Just a question related to this being moving forward to it's a 10-year, 2032. I haven't picked up anywhere in there where council's picking up the more than likely possibility of us having to deal with more so batteries because of the transformation of the economy going to a lot more towards electric cars, electric items, etc. The single-use type lithium batteries. What we're going to do moving forward to manage those through to whoever.
Yeah,
Mr. General Manager.
Council already has, through our waste management centres, set depositories for batteries for recycling. So that will continue, and if need be, that will be expanded. It's an area that I think governments around the world are dealing with at the moment, and we'll see clearer guidelines and procedures as that becomes more of an issue as we go ahead. But currently we do have and will continue to have the place for batteries to come in and be recycled.
Thank you. Just a note there, I've been reading recently, Councillor Patterson, that the university, I think in Western Sydney, has come up with a way of recycling lithium batteries. So that's and extracting stuff out of that. So that's a good thing. And of course, in many ways, Australian universities and research people are leading the world in attacking this issue of recycling. Any further comment or question? If not, back to you, Councillor White, if you wish to speak further.
Yeah, I'll just close that. And I just wanted to pull it out specifically, this just to sort of mention that this is a changing paradigm, that we need to get used to this changing paradigm. As in, and if we don't meet these targets, it will affect us in cost. Like if we don't meet these targets, I'm assuming that the more that we put into landfill, our fees and charges will increase. So it's not only linked to an environmental outcome, it's linked to a financial outcome as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. Items 10.5, 10.6, 10.7 have already been dealt with. We now move to 11.1. 10.4 we've missed. Oh, sorry. I apologise. I was jumping the gun there. We have 10.4 on page 35, and it's about reducing or waiving commercial licence fees. The recommendation is there. We have a mover, Councillor Patterson. A seconder, Councillor Bain. Councillor Patterson.
I would like to move an alternate motion, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah. You've got the motion.
An email received from the General Manager that the General Manager conduct a workshop with councillors to discuss the matters around the possible waiving of or reduction of fees relating to commercial licences on land owned, managed or controlled by council for Indigenous enterprises, cultural activities or applications requiring minimal or infrequent land use. That a report on the outcomes of the workshop be presented to a future council meeting.
Thank you. Do we have those words to go up, Mr. Farragut?
There's something 2 seconds on this one while he's getting that up.
Yes. So a bit of background, please, from the General Manager, and then I'll ask Councillor Patterson to talk to it. Thank you.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Given the discussion we had in the briefing last night, I put this forward as a possible way forward, but you have a number of possible ways forward. One is as per what will go up on the screen. The other way is you can actually still deal with the original recommendation and go through that process. The third way is you could deal with the original motion and it not get up at all. And what that would mean is you just revert back to the status quo. And even going through the workshop process, you may find that you go back to the status quo as well, which essentially means when we do get these odd applications, then they would come to council to actually make a final decision on. This, as we said last night, this came about from the discussion you had last year in November about an application like this
and you ask for something to come forward, how we might be able to deal with these in a different way. So that's actually why we're here now. But you have got a number of ways, depending on what the outcome you want, to go forward. The idea of the workshop is allow you more time to discuss it and work out what that way may be, whether it's keep the status quo, whether it's put in something like this but have a better understanding of it, whether it's put in something modified from what's in the original recommendation. So the workshop gives you time and the councillors and the staff to have time to discuss and flesh that out a little bit more.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. While waiting for it to come to the screen, Mr. General Manager, is there any urgency about having this adopted any time soon?
That's true, Mr. Mayor. No, there's no urgency with this. The reason we're putting it up now, I guess it would time with our fees and charges going on exhibition. Should we at some point choose to do something like this, we would still have to exhibit these changes and go through that normal process. But we do that occasionally anyway, so there is no urgency with it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Councillor Patterson, do you wish to speak to it now, please?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, from our discussions last night and through today, I was going to move an amendment of a different type, but looking at this, I think it's a good way for us as councillors to come together in a group, talk about this, workshop this, and come out with an ultimatum or an outcome that we all can be happy with, live with, and move forward with. You know, I think it's the whole of the Macleod Kempsey Shire that we're looking for the best outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
And I think I look forward to my fellow councillors supporting this, and then we can all discuss this issue, and then we can get the best outcome for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if the original motion went through, does it go on exhibition, or does anything further come back after that?
No, if this motion gets up, anyone's open to put an amendment up of the original recommendation. But if this one gets up, there won't be any. It will follow that process. But the original motion gets up, there won't be any exhibition. It'll go straight in. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Councillor, Mr. General Manager?
If what is on the screen wasn't successful and you reverted to the original recommendation, that requires it going on public exhibition.
At some point. Yeah. It won't be in this one coming.
In terms of process, what you would need to do is foreshadow the original recommendation. So you'd actually it'd foreshadow the original recommendation. That's all you'd need to say at this point. The debate would be around this and any amendments to that. If that was successful, then that's the end of the debate. If it's not successful, that foreshadowed motion comes up in terms of process.
So just to clarify, if you haven't quite got what the General Manager is instructing us, if this motion gets defeated, nothing else will happen in this matter. But if someone foreshadows it, we could then go back to the original recommendation. So does anyone wish to foreshadow a motion? If not,
I'd like to foreshadow the original motion.
You'll foreshadow the motion, and you're foreshadowing the original recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Ring. Are there any further debate from anyone on the motion that's been moved that's on the screen now? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that Councillor Patterson's suggestion, going with the General Manager's suggestion as well, to have a proper and open discussion in a workshop, and then we come up. But what I'd like to say about this one, if we agree to the report, will that go on public display?
Mr. General Manager.
It's too early to say what will happen because I don't know what that report's going to be.
Yeah, but down the line.
If you were to recommend something about a change to the fees and the way they've established, then yes, that has to go on exhibition. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I need a clarification question too. Or we could vote in favour of the now foreshadowed motion, and then it's done and dusted without discussion. So we could support this without further discussion.
No. If you can only deal with a foreshadowed motion if this motion is defeated.
Oh, okay, because this is in play now.
Yes, it's the one we'll discuss. That's before council at this time. Any further debate? Councillor Ring? You can speak against or for what's in front of us at the moment.
Yeah. I think that we live in a system, and that system discriminates against all sorts of people. And as councillors, we're actually lucky enough to be in this room because we actually can navigate that system a lot better than some other people in this valley. And in fact, by sitting in this room, we're actually making decisions on whether this system is going to work for people or work against them. And for those sitting in this room, you know what avenues to walk down better than the general population and the ones to not. And for some other people in this shire, the path they choose to go down is actually paved, and it's finding their way is a lot easier. And for others, the path actually isn't so easy. And there are roadblocks, there are ways they aren't allowed to go, and there are doors that won't open for them. The original motion was to assist our Indigenous community, and each time this topic has come to council, it seems the issue becomes that council cannot help this particular part of the community because we're seeing it to be given special consideration, when all we're doing is just opening a small door. This amendment isn't because the council has already seen before there's a need to boost tourism. It's because I believe that they have prejudice against people who they have prejudice against these businesses and just can't see it in good faith. If there was a need to boost tourism, then you can bring up another notice of motion to do that in a similar form. And I think if we don't put the original motion through, then we open up the door for more discriminatory rhetoric to enter this chamber. And every time that this topic is brought up. And I think that if you do want to go down these avenues, I think that this isn't the motion for it. I think a notice of motion and another avenue, because it's taking away from what is actually being put before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate? I will be speaking against the motion before us. I do believe that we've already talked about this issue at length, and the Aboriginal people of Australia are a separate group, not because of their background, but because of their present treatment. When you look at the closing the gap issue, they are so far behind the general population in life expectancy, health, and a whole series of things, including education, that make it very difficult for them to be part of our community. For anyone to say that the original recommendation is divisive hasn't looked at the problem that we are already in a society that is divided. It's divided, and we have to help get rid of that division in opportunity and participation in the wider community. So I would rather go back to the original recommendation that has been foreshadowed, and therefore I'll be voting against the motion before us at this time. Is there any further debate? I'll now ask, is there any dissent? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I apologise. Councillor Patterson, you have the right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My intention, and I'm very sure the intention of all my fellow councillors, is not to be divisive, is to be inclusive. We looked at a few years ago now, I asked a question previously about fees and charges that were dropped for people to start up businesses, etc., to put tables and chairs out front of their businesses and to see how it goes, and the report came back to council, and it's been fairly successful. I I say this to my fellow councillors, that previous motion, if we are looking at trying to support Indigenous businesses, is that the best we can do? Give them a reduction or a free sort of fee? Is that the best we can do? I don't think it is. I think we can do better than that. I think we can do much better than that with a workshop. We can understand this topic a lot more. I've done some investigations, sort of looking up for what are those issues out there with startup businesses, and one of them, the number one issue with startup business failures is not having business direction. It's not having no license fee. You know, the Indigenous community is not, that doesn't even rank top 10 in their employment. Their top 10 is in health. What I would like to do for us as councillors to work together to get that one, Indigenous employment in cultural awareness and cultural activities up that ladder. We can do much better than a reduction of a fee. We can do much better than that. So I look forward to having workshops with all my fellow councillors and the Mayor, and to coming to a much better result than just a tokenistic relaxation of fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll now put it to vote. Is there any dissent from the motion before us? I count 4. Therefore, 5 are in favour. I declare the motion carried. Did he get them? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We now move on to item 11.1. Fine there, Ms. Thorogood? We're still continuing last item. Okay, we'll wait. We'll get the vote right first. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're now moving to the notice of motion 11.1. It's to provide a temporary repair to Tozer road slip. It's been put up by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson, would you like to move the recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that motion, please.
Right, I need a seconder, please. Councillor Bain. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we're all, I believe we're all aware of the Tozer Road issue that occurred, I believe, in March of last year. While most of us, after the flood, fires and pandemics have sort of gone back to a busy life, there's still a lot of people suffering from the closure of that road. A huge effort was put into a temporary emergency access road. Unfortunately, this has become out to be a dry weather 4x4 light vehicle access road. It's also of a temporary in nature, as it's based on a 2-year agreement through private land. Most of the landholders that are concerned in this, I believe they've now got cattle out across the river, which is very difficult. Some of the guys just recently put a whole lot of cattle together, lined them up to go across the river. It rained further upstream. River went too high. They had to put all the cattle back out, cows with calves and all the rest of it. So it hasn't been easy for them. There's still no easy way for them to get cattle out when they want to, or hay, diesel, supplies and stuff back in. And another unfortunate thing is, while everything has gone up, the prices of cattle in the last 12 months have taken a significant decline and are worth a lot less than what they were worth a year ago. There's a feeling, and it's only a feeling, that there's nothing being done. So the landholders have made an offer to fix the slip themselves at no cost to council at all. While this is a fantastic offer, it's not quite as easy as it sounds. So I'm putting up this motion for 2 reasons. Firstly, formally to respond to their offer to repair the slip, but also to report on the work that's been done by our staff, the geotech reports, the drone surveys, the bridge crossing surveys, design investigations. That's been carried out and is still ongoing, and that would benefit us all. I have asked the question of the cost of such a report, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, through you, Mr. Mayor, to General Manager, that such a report would be done in due course anyway. So this report's not going to be a massive burden. I welcome any questions, especially on the farming side of things, so hopefully not too many from Councillor Patterson. But, and look forward to any discussion and support from fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Any debate or questions? Councillor Patterson, and then Councillor White.
Through to the General Manager, possibly. I know that council has had issues over the years with private people doing work on council-owned roads for litigation and issues that may come from something that hasn't been completed by council, which is works complete that council do on roads or by licensed tradespeople with insurances, etc. And that my question is, would this open us up as a council to possible litigation if there's issues on that road with the use when people start using it again after they've fixed it themselves? That's my question.
So that's the question of the General Manager. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor. There have been historic issues, and not just this council, other councils where private works have been done that aren't up to a necessary standard. I'd like to acknowledge, I guess, all the remarks of Councillor Ferguson and the council staff are very aware and concerned about the families and the businesses up there. I think that, we need to say that right up front, and we have tried wherever possible to be able to work with them and ensure whatever support is provided along with the state agencies as well. The situation how it is at the moment is not satisfactory for anyone. And if we could fix this slip, we would fix this slip. We would have fixed this slip. It is a complex engineering situation. We now have 3 engineering reports. We've also spoken to our insurers about what the possibilities are in relation to putting people onto this slip. And based on all the advice we have to this date, council, I believe, would be negligent to put anyone on this slip in any way, whether they're offering to do it for free or not. If someone were to offer and council were to accept it free, there's no guarantee that that work in a week, in 10 weeks, in 3 years would slip again when someone's on it. Who does someone go to in that sort of situation? So while the offer is very much appreciated, the basis that we have at the moment are 3 engineering reports and insurance advice not to put anyone on that slip at this point in time. Now, I'm not saying we won't put anyone on that slip. Last week there was a drone survey. In March we had engineers up there again, Arab engineers, along with the GHD engineers and some earth moving contractors and relevant council staff and people from Transport for New South Wales. Following that meeting, we've conducted a drone survey of that area. The slip is still very unstable and is still moving, and we might just can we throw that picture up? I'll just point out a couple of things. These are 2 pictures that were taken just after the flood and on last week. Yeah, and on the left. So you'll see the one on the left area, the bottom part of the slip, you can see there where the tree and that is, and if you look on the right, you can see how much more that has slipped. The one on the left just above the road, you can see where the area started to come away, which down, yeah, that's it, down in there. You can see that that's come away more on the right. And then further up on the right, you can see where it's opened up even more that wasn't there 12 months ago. I was speaking to Sergey who's the Arab engineer, yesterday on the phone. He came up in January and in March, and he actually made the comment that it is moving a lot more than what he realised. On their report, where that top part of that slip is on the right-hand picture, he had understood, because he obviously hadn't seen this, that was a dormant slip. Clearly it's not a dormant slip. It is moving. So it's very difficult. So what will happen from here is that the drain survey has been done. The technical people with that undertake an assessment of that, get all the data together. That will go to Arab and the GHD. They will then look at it and come back to us with, if there are any options, what that option might look like. They'll also tell us if there is no realistic option based on that. From there, we currently concurrently also working on options, 3 different options upriver, going across at Tower Creek Road, going across at Tower Creek. All those options, with their potential timeframes, costs, impacts, the benefits to the community, all those things, the risks associated with constructing them, the impacts of future rain events, both in terms of potential movement of this slip or our options up at Tower Creek of them being washed away or damaged, those sorts of things. It all goes to the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. They're the ones who ultimately make the decision about this. We do the work, come up with the different options, but they are the ones who ultimately make the decision about this. So at the moment, we can't say put someone on there, but I think a report will help detail that to the US councillors and detail that to the community as well.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Patterson, had you finished speaking to the motion, or you?
Yeah, my concern was also precedence. If something was like that, it can go right down to the minor person fixing the road out front of their house if something goes along that way. But reading Councillor Ferguson's again, a response to the community about the offer, is only that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor White and then Councillor Bain. You don't want to speak now? Councillor Bain and then Councillor Saul.
Yeah, I'm very aware. I'm speaking in favour of the motion. I'm very aware that there's a diversity of opinions up in the Upper Maclean, that area around Tozer Road, and I think it would be very, very important that we do get a clear response and that we get that clear information coming in a report. I think a report's a great solution so that we can be aware of all of the factors that will impact, and also wondering if it would be possible for us to have access to those 2 photographs, because they tell a very interesting story, if we could have them to show to people in the community. Thanks. Right.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, if I may, to the General Manager. Mr. Milburn, what's the estimated cost so far to Council with this episode of Tozer Road as a guesstimate?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the cost to Council so far has really just been in our staff time, because it's a natural disaster. It's still under the declared natural disaster event from last year, and therefore the actual costs, any costs of construction and reconstruction, will all be covered by the state and federal government through the disaster funding. So at the moment, it has been simply our staff time in the costs involved in it.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Thank you, Councillor Saul. Anyone else wish to speak? I travelled to the slip in July last year and again last Thursday, and I took photos at both times. It just amazed me the further movement that is obvious. And the photographs I took, you can see it very clearly, like the photographs that have just been shown from the drone. It is a major issue, and I support the motion before us that we do a close examination and come up with a report at the May Ordinary Council meeting. Any further debate? No debate. I'll ask the mover if he wishes to speak in reply.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, I'd just like to remind all that those landholders are still not. We're still far from business as usual. They're still suffering. They have made a sincere offer and doing things the right way. They haven't been, sneaking up there with earth moving gear behind our back, which would make problems if they did. And they're, to my knowledge, they're not, going down any legal pathways that I know of either. So they are trying to do things the right way. I think Council's done a great job at looking at all these multiple reports, especially when the first one came back so clearly not to touch it, to pursue other reports to try and explore every avenue is great. And I think we should give them at least a formal respond to their offer and look forward to the support of fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Is there any dissent for the motion before us? If not, I declare it carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move on to 11.2. It's a notice of motion on zombie days. It's been put up by Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move the recommendation that you have put up?
Yes, please.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Riddington. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to speak to it, please?
Yes, please. So, on the back of the rise situation, I'm proposing that we reiterate our notice of motion that we made to the local government conference this year, I think it was. Hopefully you've read the arguments and the justification in my report here. This is an issue throughout New South Wales, and it is a policy platform for the local government New South Wales. On the back of the RISE decision and the LEC decision by Justice Moore, I really am perplexed that no does not mean no, and that if the desire and the funds persist, you can keep bringing legal proceedings until a favourable answer is delivered, or your opponent in these proceedings can't keep up with your expenditure. I mean, in this situation, the law is really there for those that can afford to pay. And it really does support my first lecture in my law degree, where we were told that the environment law is all about finding a licence approval pathway. We're talking about zombie DAs, which can be 20, 30 years old, and they really do effectively allow time to stand still. And last week, I think it was on the 6th, I talked about a lot of changes can happen in 30 years, as processes continue. The Macleay River has changed its opening. Arracoon House used to sit on the waterfront. The Tribay Jake breakwall silted up the Tribay. Yeah, breakwall is now collapsing and pushing that water inland. And I think 30 years ago, I just had a little Google yesterday. 30 years ago, we had to tape music off a radio onto a tape, and now we can stream it off Spotify. 30 years ago, the first Apple Mac was introduced, and now we have an iPhone, a computer in our hand, and artificial intelligence. 30 years ago, the house price was $90,000. Time doesn't stand still. We have innovations and inventions and improvements that are continuous, and I call this a social evolution. In 30 years since this particular DA and other zombie DAs, the Coastal Management Act and the New South Wales SEP 21, which is the Resilience and Hazards, it does identify and it does map land that is coastal environmental, coastal use and coastal vulnerability, so that infrastructure in those areas does have to consider, or it does have a greater requirement to take into account the social, economic, environmental consequences. I was also having a look yesterday. In 2003, we banned asbestos in construction. Back then, in 1993, over 3,000 products had asbestos in it. I assume that the RISE construction will not be using asbestos in their products. So why are not developments reassessed on their merits relevant to modern planning, natural hazards, aesthetic values and changes in the environment? I listened to the April 3 court hearings where the ecologist was talking about best practice versus statutory obligations, and I have to say it was a little bit smug, but he acknowledged and made recommendations in his report that were best practice. But when the judge questioned him as to why they weren't included in the final plans, he basically indicated that it was the statutory requirements in 1993. So he clearly stated his intent is to, I understand there's best practice, but I only have to do what was statutory required to me in 1993. All sorts of industries have best practice. I'm not a lawyer, but I consulted my environmental law school alumni from ANU, which was a little while ago now, some of whom are practicing in the Land Environment Court. It's not barrister advice at all, but, they sort of do seem to think that this case law has been set so that it does favour the zombie DA. So despite the 2020 amendments, which has sort of raised the bar and set restrictions on what the commencement of work is, this does case law, takes it back, and effectively it is a win. So a clever barrister or senior counsel, all they've got to do is just play one off against another. And we saw that with this appeal, playing words off against another. So it does set it. And as I said, I'm not a lawyer, but I did go to law school and I did consult my alumni, and that's what they reported back to me. This is not just an environmental law issue either, by the way. I'm really concerned about the liability. And on the April 6th meeting, I asked the GM, where the liability sits. Does this sit with the Land Environment Court who made this decision? Does it sit within council because it sits in our shire, or does it sit with state government as an approver? And I asked the GM whether he would consider that as a concern. Got a slight pushback on social media, no surprise. So I did a bit of research, and I remember Councillor Bain brought this to my attention. At our local government conference in 2022, we had a talk from Patrick Ibbotson, who's a barrister. He talked about liability and insurance of poor planning choices, current knowledge and science, especially around natural disaster like floods and fire and those kind of things. He specifically mentioned, can I keep going?
No, time's up. Sorry, Councillor Wyatt. Once upon a time you could get an extension, but we're not allowed that anymore.
Okay.
If we could change the code of meeting practice, we could. Next speaker, please, Councillor Riddington and then Councillor Bain.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wyatt. I support this motion. Having lived in South West Rocks for 25 years, these zombie DAs are of great concern to me and to our community at large, and they should be a great concern to the whole of our shire and really to the whole of New South Wales. This sets new case law. It's extremely worrying that you can drill a bore, have it approved as engineering works, and off you go. Your DA's 30 years old, but not a problem. You can build whatever you like. So I really, really would like to ask Councillor Wyatt what her next part of her speech was, because I'd be really interested to know.
I won't allow that. Thank you.
Oh, come on.
You can ask a specific question of a councillor, but you can't ask for the rest of the speech. I'm sorry. Unless she emailed it to you and you could read it out.
No.
Sorry,
I was trying to...
I know what you're trying to do, and it's the right thing to try to do, but the rules say we can't do that.
That's all right, not a problem. As far as I'm concerned, there is a huge community outcry about this particular zombie DA and zombie DAs in general. In my community, for example, there are petitions. I've received one now with over 200 signatures. There's going to be one for 20,000 signatures to go to the state government. This is a state government issue. However, we can advocate for our community to the state government, to Premier Minns, to the Minister Penny Sharp, and who's the planning one? Is it still Mookie? Who is it? Scully. Okay, so all of the community that I know of, which are several hundred, if not thousands, have started this process. So from my point of view, as a resident of South West Rocks, I would really like to have our councillors across the shire. As you know, since I was elected, this has been my platform. This has been my platform, Councillor Patterson. We all know it. I don't resolve from it, and I champion it until the day I die. So thank you very much. I recommend it to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Councillor Bain, please, and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely agree with both Councillor White and Councillor Riddington. This is not just a local issue. This is a statewide issue, and I would ask Councillor White to consider an amendment to expand the recipients to include it's there on the, look at that, like magic. It's there on the board already. The Minister for Environment, Penny Sharp, the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, Paul Scully, the Member for Oxley, Michael Kemp, and Sue Higginson Greens, MLC, who's been very involved with environmental law. And I would ask that we can amend to include those. And I think it also sends a message to the community that this is a decision that is out of our hands. It's actually a state government issue, so let's focus the energy on where it belongs.
Thank you. There's your amendment that you just moved. I'll ask the mover if she wishes to accept it into her motion. The amendment has been accepted. Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Patterson, we now have a new motion up there that names all the people we're writing to.
Oh, yeah. No, that's all good. I've just got a couple of questions, if it's okay. The one of them is, could I have a bit of feedback, possibly from you, Mr. General Manager, through the Mayor, about the statement that a precedent's been made of. Myself, I feel that there's been so many DAs and so many developments in the whole of New South Wales that I don't know whether that would be a precedent. I'm just asking that question.
Mr. General Manager, is there a precedent?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm probably not qualified to actually make a decision. I think that's really, a lawyer, barrister, a senior counsel would be stating, and judges would be stating whether there's a precedent set. There's certainly been other cases where old DAs have gone through the court and decisions have been made about those. But really, I couldn't definitively say a precedent has or has not been set.
That's okay. Yep. Just a question. I know it was only recently, and I was at the meeting. But did this notice of motion get up at the meeting, the LGA meeting?
It was accepted.
Yeah, I have, but I just didn't quite understand whether it was accepted. Yeah, okay, that's all good. On the looking back and the quote that Councillor White had made in there about council supported it with the snapshot out of the meeting in September last year, the development consent to lapse where work had not been completed. And there was more to that. If you remember the meeting, I tried to put an amendment in that I didn't believe that 5 years was a fair enough thing, because everything can happen in 5 years: storms, floods, financial issues, lots of things can happen. So I just wanted to make you aware that I didn't agree with that, but I do agree with the sentiment of the notice of motion about zombie DAs. I do think that we need to address them. I've had a question from one of the members of the gallery, and I think we have asked it once before. Is there a listing of zombie DAs in the Macleay that we could possibly get hold of? Kempsey Shire.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. I answered this a few years ago to Miss Councillor Morris, but yes, it's a real problem.
Mr. Mayor, we'll take that on notice and we'll see what we can find, because developers don't have to notify us if they've commenced the development.
Yeah.
So, so we'll see what we might be able to find, but it'd be very hard to pull a comprehensive list together, I think.
Yeah. Would it be something that would be investigated, say, or would there be, how our whole system is put onto computer? Because many years ago, everything was on paper. Whether there's a trace sort of element of that in our computer system that may be able to pick that up, because it would, not just for this notice of motion, but it would be interesting to know for us as councillors, if we're going to be dealing with this over and over again on a number of issues.
Thank you, Mr. Delano.
Yeah, there's a few issues with trying to put all this together. Firstly, as you've highlighted, some would be paper-based, would be very old. So we'd have to spend time going through the archives and finding those. Secondly, a number of them, and what we've seen at South West Rocks, a number of them, we were not the consent authority, so therefore we wouldn't have a file on them anyway. And the third one, as we've said before, a developer doesn't have to tell us if they've dug a borehole.
Yeah.
They may have done something. They may have, back in those old days, they may have, put in a may have put in a survey peg that may have done something that constituted substantial commencement under the law then. We don't know that.
Yeah.
So we could get a DA that you really don't know whether it started or not started. So pulling a list together is very, very difficult.
Yeah. And I do understand with, in one sense, that developers and parts of our community have decided to invest in our community many years ago in a thing called land banking. And that's probably going to come to light the more zombie DAs that do come to light. Yeah. But I do support the ideal of this notice of motion, but I don't support the 5 years part of it.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Riddington, you have another question?
Thank you. Probably a little bit more of a comment.
You're speaking to the motion or against it?
I'm speaking to it.
I think you've already spoken to it.
Oh, so I'm not allowed to.
You can ask a question though.
Okay. Just raise your voice. So, Mr. General Manager, thank you so much for that explanation. Is it your view that it's really not relevant to pursue finding out where these zombie DAs might lie in our shire, because the most important thing is changing the legislation in the state government?
There you are, Mr. General Manager. The question.
Mr. Jackson, no. I think if there was a way for us to pull together a list of zombie DAs, that would be beneficial, because you know the extent of what you're dealing with. But as I said, it is very, very difficult. And as I've said quite publicly, I do believe the state government needs to look at the legislation and consider how the old DAs that haven't been acted on, or have been acted on very minimally, are able to move forward, giving due consideration to what we know now that we didn't know 20, 30 years ago. I will just add something, and I think this is where we need to make sure that when we talk to the community and educate the community about this, we don't vilify people. And it's very easy to vilify developers. Developers, and we've seen it in Rise, it's a disappointing outcome for many people in the community what happened with the Rise development. We understand that. But the developer has done nothing wrong. Legally, they have followed the process. And that is something we need to be really careful in this dialogue, and as we have this discourse with the community, that we do not vilify these people, because they are still acting within the law. What we've got to do is really lobby the government to change the law.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Any further speakers? Councillor White, you will close it, but I'm looking for further speakers, and I found one. It's me. Thank you. Yes, I really wish to support this wholeheartedly, but you look back over the history of these zombie DAs, and the idea, as mentioned by the General Manager, that it had commenced just because a survey peg was put in, or in the instance of a development at Crescent Head, a sign was put up. And so then it was commenced, and then it had to be substantially commenced. And planning has adapted over the time, but very, very slowly. And I really like the idea of the motion we put up to the local government conference, which was substantially completed. And that would be defined by the legal system at some point, if it hasn't already been done. But it's the ideal, so that if you put in a DA, you should have the intention of investing that money, not, as Councillor Patterson said, land banking, getting a DA approved and then hoping to sell the land with that DA attached to it, which is what some people do. They don't have an intention and they don't have the finances to continue on with it. So if they put it in, they have to have it substantially completed. If we get this to be a successful change in legislation, it has to be substantially completed within 5 years. And if they haven't completed it, they have to put in a new DA. And after 5 years, things would have changed. Any new environmental protection or regulations about developments would then have to be approved at that 5 year point. So I really do support it, and I think it's a sensible way to go. But planning law. Very complicated and not easy to change. But taking this step of writing and asking these people who do have decision making within their ambit to take some steps to make this a fairer system, especially for the zombie developments, which, as some of you have suggested, are all over our shire. Councillor Saul, you wish to comment?
A question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Just to clarify, hypothetically, say tomorrow we would receive another zombie DA from anywhere, from the Shire, somewhere in the Shire. Does that then have to, what happens then if one actually appeared in front of us then? Do we then have to go through the same process as we have done now? Or, I'm just sort of getting my head around what happens if another one were to occur.
Well, it's
prior to this happening.
A zombie DA must have been commenced. Otherwise, after 5 years, if nothing has happened on that land, it becomes no longer operational, that DA application that's been approved. So if nothing's happened, but it has to be commenced. And then if it's been commenced, as the General Manager just itemised, if it has been commenced, they don't have to tell council they've commenced it. They just have to prove it when they are questioned about why you're commencing it 20 years later or 30 years later in the case of the Rise development. Mr. General Manager, did you wish to add to that?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think the term zombies DAs are an interesting term itself. Basically, they are legitimate DAs that have had a technical commencement, and that may be just minimal work. It may be a sign, it may be a hole dug, it may be some earth clearing. So it's had minimal commencement. And then it has sat idle for a period of time, and normally an extended period of time, 10, 20, 30 years. So we've seen a number of those developments in the last few years, particularly at South West Rocks, where we, and the ones there on Gregory Street are a good example. They were approved by the state government. Some work had started many years ago. Then now there was a building boom. They've come in, and there's been a normal process of the approvals were already there, so they've acted on it. There was no court involved, no nothing. What we've seen at Rise is there's been court involved. So each case would be taken on its merits as it actually comes up, depending on whether they need to put an application to council for a construction certificate, which is the next thing they have to do with their DA, or not. So each one needs to be taken on its merits as it comes in. Thank you for that.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With these zombie DAs, because I'm speaking for, but I'm also going to ask a question. With these zombie DAs, if there's nothing's changed, will we be still looking at zombie DAs another 20 years' time? Say, Councillor Ferguson has put one in now and done nothing for 20 years. Would that be another zombie DA? Would be just continuing going down this path? And if that's the case, like I said the other day, when we're talking about the Rise development, I did say I was all for development and got booed by the gallery, but not listening to what I was going to say, was I'm all for development, providing that these new developments or what Councillor White has put forward, that if they are zombie DAs, that they do need to go with today's standards, not the zombie DAs, which the gallery didn't let me finish before they decided to boo me on it. But so I am speaking for this, and I hope that this does get up, because I think it's something that we do need to lobby for. Kempsey Shire does need development and moving forward, but it needs to be done in the right process. So yeah, I'd probably suppose answer my own question that. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Riddington, a question.
A question to the General Manager through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Would the General Manager explain the legislation date for the Environment Act? I think it's 1979. You might like to confirm that for me. Yeah, but the original one.
The original one, I didn't take it on notice because, yeah, unless Mr. Jackson knows.
Yes, through you, yes, Mayor, the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act is from 1979, but it has been amended significantly. I think it's up to version 203, if I'm reading that correctly.
Thank you. No further debate. Councillor Wyatt, do you wish to close?
I do, please. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. That was a really good summary of part of the issue. This is not about anti-development at all. But I would like to continue about it's not just an environmental issue. My other really big concern is about liability and insurance of bad planning decisions. And I mentioned the barrister before who talked about foreseeable harm, catastrophic harm, and standards of care. And whilst the zombie DA process may not pick that up, he said that it's only a matter of time before the LE Land Environment Court start to hear these first cases around compensation for bad planning. I wrote it down in my notes, happy to share. I feel that Kempsey Shire Council, we're now at the forefront of this next level zombie DA and the influence of this third party. I also understand that New South Wales Parliament is being lobbied on many fronts to consider amending the EPA Act to bring some decision making back to local government, local communities. And given the fact that we are at the forefront of this, having gone through what we've just gone through, I really hope that you can support this and that we do write to these people and let them know that we want some changes to occur, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Got to remember my microphone. Thank you. I'll now put the motion before you, which is on the screen. Is there any dissent? Declare it carried unanimously. Now move to 11.3, a delegates report of the Country Mayors Association, the March meeting by myself, and the recommendation is that Council receives and notes the report. I so move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Whittington, thank you. This meeting of the Country Mayors was held in Newcastle, first time outside of Sydney, and it's quite an interesting idea that country mayors had always met in Sydney. Obviously, that's where the decision makers are, but this was decided after an invitation from Newcastle City to come to their city for our meeting, and we did. We had an address from, a very pertinent address from Craig Carmody, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Newcastle Ports, and he outlined the changes that are coming. They predict that by 2030, so it's 7 years away, only half the movement of shipping in Newcastle Port will be for coal. So they're having a prediction of a downturn, and they base it on very strong evidence that that's going to happen. But 50% will be container terminal movement. And it's quite an amazing thing. After the meeting, we were taken on a tour of the new site, and it's massive, where they are going to have a container terminal that has now been allowed because legally before they couldn't have a container terminal because of the legislation protecting Port Botany and Port Kembla container terminals. This terminal is on the northern part of New South Wales. It's going to offer businesses and all sorts of export industries and import industries cheaper access to container movements through the Port of Newcastle. I was very impressed with their view of the future. And final point, which is in my report, at present, the Newcastle port is the largest coal port in the world. So it's quite an impressive fact that that is happening, and so much industry is a flow on from that coal exporting that's going on at Newcastle. I remarked earlier that this is the first meeting outside of Kempsey, outside of the city for country mayors. Quite a bit of a dilemma when you think country mayors meet in the city, but that's how it has been. With the support of basically everyone there, the association decided that from now on at future meetings, a report on holding 2 meetings a year in non-metropolitan areas will applied, depending on criteria determined by the executive. These meetings would commence in 2024, so there's plenty of time to prepare for it, but country mayors can come out and maybe the hand will go off from Kempsey Shire that the country mayors meet at Kempsey. So there'll be criteria, and we'll get people out and be able to expand, not just us, but any country council can expand their impact on how councils operate and how local economies work, and that can be but for the good. Also attending was our General Manager, Mr. Milburn. Do you have any extra comments, Mr. Milburn, about that? All covered in the report? Yeah, sorry. So there's a report. Is there a speaker? Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your report. I really appreciate it. And just a little request for some information, if you don't mind. I note that Mayor Phyllis Miller, who I've met several times, and Kylie King of Albury were talking about providing affordable housing in their communities. I think this is a great initiative, and I'd really look forward to their results. What did you gather from their talks or their presentations on the affordable housing?
Yes. It's actually on my report from Local Government New South Wales Regional Summit. It wasn't at the Country Mayor's March meeting. It's on the next page.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
I'm always jumping ahead.
You are. You're reading ahead. Well done. So, yes. Any other questions or comments on my report? If not, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No, I'll vote for it too. Thank you. So I'll declare it carried. We now move on to 11.4, which is the Local Government New South Wales Rural and Regional Summit, and it was held in Sydney. And as you can see, I have moved it, and that the council and my motion is that the council receives and notes the report. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bain. Very quickly, there were 22 speakers at the summit and took lots of notes, and I've just put the highlights in there. The important thing, there was a lot of discussion about the housing crisis and accommodation, and we had quite a few speakers address that. Councillor Turley noted that the Labor commitment of having 30% of housing on public land to be for social housing to address this crisis. It's quite impressive. And Councillor Miller and Councillor King of Forbes and Albury City Council, respectively, outlined what they are doing in their areas. Forbes had land gifted to them so they could do a development. And I'm sure Kempsey Council, if we could use some of our own land to have a housing development, we would certainly step up to it. And Councillor King from Albury said that right in the middle of the main city was a council depot. They realised they moved the depot out of the centre of the city and use that for affordable housing for people in their community, which is a great development. The present Minister for Health, but he was then Shadow Minister, Ryan Park, said Labor will adopt all 44 recommendations of the investigation into rural health, which is a fantastic move, and hopefully it will all happen. And there was a talk from the present Labor government has committed that all grants from now on will have to go past the Auditor General, and they want fairer and newer grant guidelines so all councils know that they have an opportunity, not just the ones in particular electorates. So that's what they're saying. And finally, the other thing I'd like to talk about is the man from the NRMA, Walt, is that Wisk? I can't pronounce his name. He said that they need an investigation of all roads in New South Wales, and he said that there's a $2 billion backlog in road repairs across the state. I leave the council now to either ask questions or debate my report. If not, I'll put the motion that it receives and notes the report. Is there any dissent? There isn't. I declare it carried. We now come to 11.5, a Delegates report from Local Government New South Wales Community and Stakeholders Engagement Training by Councillor Bain. Councillor Bain, you wish to move that the
Yes,
Council
I
receives and notes the report?
move that, please.
Seconded, please. Councillor Wyatt. Very hard to find someone wanting to. Maybe they have to expect to be have read it, and I'm sure we all have. So very quickly, Councillor Bain, you wish to speak to this report.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting. I've started to use some of my professional development, and of course, community and stakeholder engagement's fairly high priority for in our position. And I thought there were some interesting things. A lot of areas where it identified what risks are, like if community engagement is not properly resourced, don't do it. It's better not to do it than to do it badly. It's not crisis management. It's not a sales pitch. It's not a public relations exercise. It's the involvement of community in decision making. The longer people spend making a decision, the more power they have in the decision making through that, like the IAP2, which we've covered with Lyndall, but it was every time I learn about it, I get a greater understanding. I actually only put the graphic in as a bit of a joke, really, but I'm quite surprised that it ended up being there. But yeah, there's a little bit about utopia. There's no point of us doing community consultation if we're not actually going to listen to the community. I thought we wanted to appear consultative. No, we wanted to be consultative. Oh, that wasn't clear. Okay. That's. I thought it was one of the things I've also been wanting to introduce is things like community reference groups, and really I learnt from that community reference groups are not you don't get bang for your buck. They're not worth it. So I feel like I'm a more effective councillor from having done that training, and I'd ask you to receive and note that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Councillor Patterson?
When Councillor Bain, when you say you believe you're a more effective councillor, who do you base yourself against?
I don't think
I'm more effective councillor than I was before I did the course. Thank you. That's what I'm. Yeah. Yeah. No. I'm saying I have developed as a councillor.
Councillor Riddington, I didn't approve the question, by the way, Councillor Bain. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bain, thank you so much. So did you contact, I'd just like to know how we go about this, because would you recommend it to us, and how do we go about it?
You will ask a question, yes. You would like a question of Councillor Bain. But you've got to go through the system. We could debate how it went, but Councillor Bain, would you like to answer that question? You have the option of not answering it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll answer that question. We get regular emails from the office from Local Government New South Wales, which give an outline of what courses are available. You can jump onto their website and if you've got your login details, and have a look at what training is available. I think the cost was around $440, something like that. And I spoke to the general manager to get approval to do that, and that's we do all have a professional development budget, and that's what I wanted to use it for.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah. Well, good. That's fantastic. But I thought we had actually expended our personal development budget. And when does our learning and development plan kick off? And how much money do we all have? And
question, Mr. General Manager.
Or I can take that. I can just email you.
Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The council's professional development budget is $2,000 annually per councillor per year, and that runs in line with the financial year. So from 1 July to 30th of June, you have to be able to expend that money on professional development opportunities.
Well, we already expended it because we all went to the conference.
That was, so conferences, seminars are different than professional development. So you have expended the conferences and seminars allocation for the year. Yes, it is. Well, it is almost fully expended by the time the costs are in for both the National Assembly and the LGNSW conference. There's literally, I think, less than $100 left in that allocation. But there is still $2,000 per councillor for individual councillors' professional development each year. It's not historically. that doesn't mean that we spend $18,000. Not every councillor expends their full allocation. We don't budget for you to expend your full allocation. But if you want to expend it on something, then by all means you may apply to the General Manager and that funding's available.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood.
Just a question.
Councillor Saul, please.
Just a question again to Manager Thorogood. Is that money go back to general funds if it's not expended, or how does it actually work then? Just to clarify, please.
Yeah,
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The actual way, essentially, yes, it is paid for out of the general fund. We do recoup overheads out of the water and sewer funds for elected members as well. That's calculated by finance, but essentially it comes out of the general fund. So any unexpected and unexpended money in there, yes, would offset over expenditures in other places or return a surplus.
Thank you very much. No further speakers, questions. I will put the motion that we receive and note the report. Any dissent? Declare it carried. We now come to the Delegates report, the Bushfire Management Committee report from March 2023 on page 57 by Councillor Bain. Councillor Bain, would you like to move it?
Yes, I would move that.
Any seconder? Councillor Riddington. Councillor Bain, would you like to speak to your report?
Yeah, thank you. Just very, very quickly, the RFS appreciates the partnership with Kempsey Shire Council in advertising things like fire permit season and what the rules are with the rates notices. National Parks and State Forestry are working together across boundaries because they to repair fire trails. There's a whole heap of agency upgrades. APZs are asset protection zones. The next generation bushfire risk management plan was to be endorsed at the meeting. However, the mapping wasn't available, so there was a wait until the mapping was available, and then it was endorsed. And one of the interesting things that's happening is the Hotspots program, which is run by Jamie Bertram, who's a Wiradjuri man with the RFS, is running a program out at Guluwa with RFS landowners and other stakeholders on the benefits of cool burning. I'll be going there tomorrow. The seasonal update is that there's high fuel loads, and looking at a dry winter, so it'll be a great opportunity for burning. Farmers Federation talked about online permits being very welcome, and there's an update pending on that. At the moment, permits aren't not required, but notification is still required. The Sims table demonstration, which we had here a while back, will be arranged for the next Bushfire Management Committee meeting. And one of the issues that came up was a lot of land claims, Aboriginal land claims, being returned to land councils, and that's unused Crown land, often Crown land that they don't want to manage anymore. Has an impact of increasing hazard complaints because it just gets handed back with no resources to manage it. And RFS mitigation crews can support there in reducing hazards. Another point was that all reports, so for example, if someone rings Crown Lands and says, "Oh, we think there's a hazard here," they've got to come out and have a look, even if they know the area and they know it's not a hazard, they still have to go out and physically inspect it. So it's actually creating quite an additional workload for National Parks, State Forests and RFS. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Is there any debate or questions? Councillor White.
Two questions. Does council have a representative? Not a councillor, but is there a council staff representative on the Bushfire Management Committee? And if we want to get an agenda item put on that committee,
Will you answer that question? It is Councillor.
Oh yeah, he put his hand up.
Yes, but the people out there can't
sorry.
see that. So,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I am the representative on the committee.
thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Yes.
So my question, so if we want to put an agenda item for that Bushfire Management Committee, is it best to go through Director Jackson to get that on?
I would assess that as a good idea. Yes.
Yes, you could send that through.
Thank
I
you.
just want to foreshadow that I will be doing that I've banged on about it before. I'm really concerned about the community survival maps and the preparation plans for our villages in the Shire. So I will be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Any further debate or questions? No speaker in reply, no. Any dissent on receiving the report? Declare it carried. We now have a motion to go into confidential, because we're going to be dealing with two items in confidential, the legal and 12.2. Moved by Councillor Saul, we move into confidential. Seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Any dissent on moving into confidential? There's no dissent. I declare it carried. out the resolutions taken in confidential.
The resolutions taken by Council in closed session were as follows: in relation to item 12.1 legal matters, Council resolved that Council receives and notes the report. In relation to item 12.2 confidential mayoral minute, General Manager's interim performance review, Council resolved that Council notes the outcomes of the General Manager's interim performance review. 2, endorses the recommendation of the Performance Review Panel in relation to the General Manager's total remuneration package, including attendance at the International City Manager Conference, Disaster Preparation and Response and Resilience Study Tour, subject to the submission of a detailed itinerary to and approval by the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. And 3, require the General Manager to provide a full report on the study tour and findings to Council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. As there is no further business of Council, I close the meeting and wish you all fun at the Kempsey show.